All right.
All right, I'm getting ready to play the theme, okay?
Okay.
All right, everybody, welcome to Ladies' Night. Sorry about all the technical difficulties, but we're using sucky StreamYard tonight. Okay, my Zoom is down, so I will be getting that repaired for next Ladies' Night. We're in the process of upgrading Ladies' Night, so just bear with us. Welcome, everybody. Kali Jane 79, Strong Peoples, hoorah. August Dream, Hoorah. Lucy, what's going on? Kenny Conjo, Hassan Burton, Christine Williams. What's going on? And, Vonda is on carrying all power tonight. So, she is the big boss tonight. I will be cutting out because I have some work to do. So me and the Dame will hold it down until Vonda is ready to go.
No.
Dame, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Had a little trouble.
Yeah, it's okay. Just make sure y'all stay off Discord, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And everything will be fine. There's Belle. Let Belle up. Kylie J79. Hoorah, strong lady. What's going on? Kitty Conjo OG. Hassan Burton OG. My strong brothers in the house. August Dream. August Dream, we're looking for more women. If you want to join us in the E Nation, we will be putting out the E Nation Discord server sometime tonight. Lucy, man, y'all ready to ride tonight, man. Man, y'all, it's gonna be a great show tonight, everybody. The ladies are ready to ride already. Damn. Yeah, so we're gonna put the Discord link out. We got some things that we're working on. E Nation is getting an upgrade. I just mentioned we were sorry about the old Overdrive 3G. I will be back next week. I've been taking a break from the Overdrive 3G. I had some things to do. Brother got to work and everything. I run a business, so I've been real busy. Haven't been able to stream, but I will be back next week. The Overdrive is not dead. We'll be back next week. Sorry about those who were looking for the Quiet Drive the other night. Again, we will be back next week.
All right.
Hey, ladies, what's going on? Lucy, Dame?
Good. Just trying to get used to StreamYard.
Let Belle up, please. Yeah, Belle is in the, hold on, let me see if I can let her up. Hold on, let me see. Let's really let her up. Yeah, okay. There she go. Yeah, everybody. So, like I said, ladies' night will be getting his own graphics and everything. We're getting ready to undergo an overhaul so she can stand alone. These lovely ladies up here have created a name for themselves. So the next time you see Ladies' Night, she will have a facelift. There will be no more Maximum Overdrive in the background doing Ladies' Night. We will have some jazzy graphic for the ladies, so they can distinguish themselves from the manly stuff. You know how these 60 bims always saying that black women are masculine, so we're going to make sure that that won't happen next week on Ladies' Night. The gray area. Shout out to my boys Cerulean Gray and the Gray Regime. Those are our people that should be rose with. Vonda. She may not be ready yet. So what's up, ladies? What's on your mind?
Well, new changes. The topics.
Yeah, y'all got a bunch of them tonight. Can't wait to hear everything kick off. Then we still got to finish out part 2 with the sex robots on the Quiet Drive.
Oh yeah. Part of me is trying to get all technical, but the other part of me keeps wanting to make jokes out of it. But no, we gotta take the seriously. It's not all about jokes. You know,
we gonna make some jokes out of it.
like we already didn't. We hadn't already. Yeah.
I don't see how we can't make any jokes out of it. Belle, what's going on?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Coming in fine.
All right.
Ready for the rip tonight?
Oh yeah, sure.
Knock a few Negroes upside the head.
Maybe.
That's my job. That's my job.
What you say, Lucy?
That's my job. That's my job.
Lucy, get ready to crack a few things upside the head tonight. Oh man.
Yeah, I'm just figuring
I
out
can't
how to
wait to
use
go.
this thing too.
Uh huh. So as soon as the host is ready, I will turn power over to her and I will log off and she will. They will kick it in. I was about to say kick it in overdrive, but you know, it's kind of corny, so I didn't say it. August Dreams. That's a cool name. Greetings, Topaz. And again, my apologies for the drive not streaming this week. I've been extremely busy. I have a business to run, but the Overdrive 3G will be back in all its glory next week. So, and also me and Dan will return. The Dame of the Black Knight will return Friday on the Quiet Drive.
Yeah.
I
Definitely
know
gonna
them
be
sissy
returning.
them niggas thought we was gone.
Hello, hello. How's everybody
Rhonda, you-
doing?
Hey, Vonda.
All right.
I
Okay,
got
Rhonda,
a
you
question. How do I sound, y'all? Because I can't get my Bluetooth to connect. Do I have an echo or anything?
you good?
No, you sound fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, clear as
Alright.
ever.
Okay, Rhonda, you ready?
Yes.
All right, everybody. I'm about to get up out of here. Let me turn Ladies' Night over to the one in charge, the esteemed Lady Vonda Harris. Everybody, peace out. Vonda, all yours.
Thank you, Max. I appreciate it. Good evening, ladies. And how are you all doing?
Oh,
Elle,
just
Lady
fine.
Lucy, Lady Dame. All right.
Pretty fine.
I just cracked the
Good to hear.
Moscato, so I'm great.
All right, so you're getting ready. Okay. And I just want to send out a shout out to the chat. I want to thank everybody for showing up and coming out to celebrate Ladies' Night with us and get this discussion popping. We have quite a few topics tonight, and what I'm going to do is I will listing all of them, and then we'll just go through each one at a time. Okay. So the first topic we have tonight will be the topic of abortion. The second topic will Brenda Homemaker. Basically, is it obsolete for the woman to be a homemaker? Is it still possible? The third topic will be how the down low. Very good topic. We have some signs that you should look for when it comes to trying to spot that out. The next topic number 4, will be we're going to go over and talk about Monae and her coming out as being non-binary. I mean, a lot of people are like, what is that? So we're going to talk about that. And final topic for the evening will be designer. With all of the advancements that there have been with DNA, people are starting to be able to sculpt and create the perfect child they want, blue eyes and blonde curls and no spine or certain illnesses, childhood illnesses. They can actually cut those out with these designer babies. So we're going to talk about that. So starting with abortion. What I'm going to do is I'll go over an overview of abortion laws. But when it comes to this topic, I mean, we can actually talk about anything that it entails. The reason why abortion is because of the laws that they have just instituted as far as, a woman having a right to be able to get an abortion. Now it's just not so easy. There's certain states allow it, basically the highlights that, there are 40 states that require an abortion to be performed by a licensed physician, And there are limits, there are 43 states that prohibits abortion, generally except when it's necessary to protect the woman's life. They're really, getting into being really a woman's body and her rights over her body. And so, I'd like to get the discussion popping as to what do you guys think about these new laws? If you have any individuals that you may know that are the thing that I think that will happen with, them instituting this type of a law is, do you think this is going to bring back, the back alley abortions? What do you ladies think?
I don't know. I mean, if a woman really wants to have that done, she's gonna get it done. Like you said back in the day with the back alley abortions. This is a tough topic right here. Ooh, I don't know.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have the back alley for younger women. Older ones, they know they're very much aware of the dangers of it. They probably might go over to a state that does allow it. Um, more than likely than to go back alley if they can help it.
Yeah, they be putting themselves at risk.
Mhm.
I'm kind of like stuck in between on the whole abortion thing because one side of me says it should be illegal. I think it should be illegal to kill people, period, across the board. I think that women should take better care of their bodies and value themselves more. That way, maybe they won't get into a situation where they will need an abortion. But then the topic comes up of, incest, rape, and things like that. So maybe it should be by special case. But, I really ain't with I think it's horrible.
Yeah, it is horrible, and it is hard when a woman has to make that decision because she uh, most of the few I know of that have, they really didn't want to, but circumstances as far as they could see um forced them into that situation, and they regret it. I know one every year around the same time, she goes into a little depression and go into a what if spiral. She was my mom's friend and stuff like that. My mom sometimes was able to pull her out of it, but her children and her husband never really understood. And she's not about to tell them. That's kind of hard to tell somebody that. I think her husband do know, because this was before him. Um, but he don't quite understand it. So he used to be able to turn to my mom. He said, "I don't know how to help her," and you're her friend, and my mom was usually able to pull her out of it. She'll be sad, but she don't go that deep in depression. Where you lounging around, you sleeping all day, you don't want to do nothing. Uh, you just shut everything down, shut everything out. Hmm.
Well,
All the kids
the
know
way,
is that mom be sad for a couple of days.
the way I see it, is that I think that it's very, very important we talk to the children, our children, the youth period, and really just educate them better with regards to safe sex, and not, using a form of birth control.
Perfect.
You know,
Right.
um, I feel, I feel some type of way, that if, okay, I were where, it was, I felt it was necessary to, terminate the pregnancy, but I lived in a state that didn't allow it, I would feel some type of way, how are you going to tell me, you know, to deal with my situation when I know what I can deal with and what I can't? You know, it may not be a life and death situation, but, you know, maybe it was an instance of, you know, the condom broke, or, you know, maybe, you know, the birth control was weak, antibiotics, you had a cold, you know, those type of things, you know, happen, you know, and then you have an unplanned pregnancy. It wasn't carelessness, you know, things happen. And then to, you know, someone says, you know, you have to have this child. Instance, you know, because I'm not a 16-year-old girl and I'm trying to keep it from my parents, as a grown woman, I'm going to make an appointment across state lines and go to a state that does do it, where I don't have to go through the, you know, when it comes to that. But like I was saying, you know, the young people, you know, it's going to be a little bit different, you know, if they're caught up in that situation. I just think it's best to, you know, educate, you know, and the
Yep.
practices. Let's avoid this, you know, altogether if we can.
Yeah, and I
What do
don't
you?
think they really understand all that's entailed in an abortion and what takes place and the instruments that the doctor uses and the process. I mean, it's a very dangerous, life-threatening process. You know, they got to give you drugs to either calm you down. Some places put you to sleep, some don't. And then that machine that they're using, you know, it's a horrible process. You know, and I think if women understood the danger that they're putting themselves in with thinking that, oh, well, you know, I could just go have an abortion, you know, that option is there. Like, no. So yeah, education, I think, is a big part of it. The other side of it too is I think about the men, because what if the man wants the baby but the woman doesn't? Is it fair for him to make her carry the child? Let's say the man wants the child, the woman doesn't. So he's like, look, you had a baby, sign off all your rights. You don't have to worry about it. I'm going to take it and take care of it. Okay, fine and dandy. But the woman still has to carry it. She still got to go through the sickness. She got to go through the weight gain, all the bones crushing and the organs moving around and all that stuff. It is not easy carrying a child. It's not. So, you know, I think it's a tough situation all the way around. And to avoid that, you know, treat your body like it's gold. I mean, we're adults. We know that sex leads to babies. Ultimately, that's what it's for. It's for procreation. But you know, we use it as recreation, and it's consequences that come with that. So, you know, I don't think abortion should be used to get yourself out of a situation that you put yourself in. That child did not ask for it, and it's not fair for that child to lose his life because the parents were, the adults involved were, you know, irresponsible.
Yeah, I do believe that, you know, it abortion, it had gotten, I think, where it was not used properly. It was ill used. And, you know, like I said, you know, some people did use it as a form of birth control, you know. That's just wear and tear on the body. But at the end of the day, you have to ask, okay, is it that person to, you know, do that to their body, you know? It is their decision, it is their personal right. But at the same time, I still feel that education and awareness, you know, should be taken into consideration in art, because if we don't have these unplanned pregnancies, then we're not stuck with these overwhelming decisions that we have to make with regards to terminating the pregnancy, or okay, now I have to go through this grueling pregnancy, you know, but he said he's going to keep the baby, but yeah, I have to go through this whole big old, you know, emotional, the woman, the mother has to go through this whole thing, you know, if she decides to carry the baby to term, you know. Yeah, so we have Josie 9748 says in the chat that you need a license to drive a car, marry, etc. Why don't people need a license to have children? Good question. You know what? They haven't gotten that far into abortion. That's basically, you know, saying you have to have this baby if you get pregnant. you know. So they're starting with the controls. So it's, I mean, it's there. It is there.
I'm kind of confused on why they created that law anyway, because, you know, the dominant society has always used eugenics and they want to control the population, but then they outlaw abortion. So, you know, I'm kind of confused on what their agenda is, what they're trying to do with this, and why they're saying, you know, stay like Alabama where it's illegal. You know, I don't, you know, I don't get that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
Well, I
license to
think
have a
some
child.
of it.
So let's see.
I think some of it is, they believe as a Christian that is murder. You know, you're killing a human being. But I think on a more specific note, they realizing their numbers are going down because the women, their women are doing it too, and probably to higher degrees, and are treating it like it's a form of birth control.
Okay,
And
well,
the numbers coming down.
well, K Black Seed Supreme says it's better to get the abortion than to subject the child to a life or death.
Well,
What do you
get that too, depending upon the situation. Well, ugh.
Yeah, it's a
Thoughts
catch-22. I mean, it leads you to a very individual situation. You know, each situation is individual, you know. You know, try to avoid it, you know, and then if it happens, you know, then you have no choice but to deal with it if it happens. But to, you know, let's not be careless, you know, with our bodies, you know, at the same time, you know, these things. But, you know, like I say, if, you know, like if I were to have a situation and, you know, it was by, you know, it just happened, you know, the condom broke or, you know, whatever, I would feel some type of way. But like I say, I'm not a 16-year-old young girl I'm just going to make an appointment and go over the state line to wherever I need to go to get this procedure taken care of, if that's truly what I want to do, you know.
What do y'all feel about the mothers that force their young daughters to have an abortion when they find out that their daughter is pregnant? She's 15 or 16, and the mother forces her to have it.
Ooh,
I didn't
wow.
like it when it happened with my cousin. And she told me about it. It broke the relationship and the trust between her and her mother and her grandmother, and you know, and when she got pregnant again, she hid it. So it did they were right back where they started just a whole year later. Except this time she hid it. She ran away, and when she came back, or by the time they found her, it was too late. And she mourns that child to this day. And you know, she had other children. She's now a grandmother. Still mourns that child.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I know of situations, you know, where, you know, the girl was anywhere from years old, and when it came, you know, oh, you know, I'm pregnant, you know, the parents were like, oh no, we're not having this child. We're gonna take care of this, and you know, we're gonna go on, you know, and from the child's point, you know, they have this you know, this resentment towards the parent because they made them, you know, get rid of their baby, you know, when, you know, maybe at 13, 14, 15, in a situation where you should even, you know, be having sex, much less having a child, you know. And if you do have this said child, you're on that parent's insurance and dependent, so they have another kid and they have to take care of this kid, you know, which is going to be the first thing. I mean, you know, then we'll go through the paternity and all of that. But, you know, as the saying goes, mama's baby, daddy's maybe, because the mother's the carrier. We already always know who the mother is. question of who the father, you know, if that becomes an argument, you know, you figure that out later. But I've seen it to where the mother was like, you know, the parents were like, no, we're not doing this. So, you know, they forced the child to have the abortion. And in that situation, I think, you know, for the parents, I mean, they're looking at the whole big picture, you know, and maybe some counseling is needed. You have grown women, you know, 30s and 40s, you know, that, you know, have, you know, traumatic experiences with abortion counseling. But that's what happens. And I think, you know, before the parents, you know, would want to take on that responsibility and, you know, take on 2 kids, you know, that I don't think that's a horrible decision for them to, you know, decide. Instead of saying, okay, well, you're grown, you made this decision, so you had this baby, so now you deal with it. And then you have this single mom, you know, teenage mom having this kid, you know, and with no support, and then the child grows up to run ragged, and then the single mothers are blamed, you know, for everything. So it becomes a catch-22. Really.
Well, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
welcome to the show. I know you're doing homework. Get it done. Glad you can make it. Well, Kay Blacksea said if the parents are not prepared to develop a child potential, then they have no business bringing a new life into this world. Well, pretty strong opinion. And I just feel like the parents are the ones that are going to have the ultimate when it comes to the said child. So I just think, you know, they can talk about it as a family, you know, maybe by force wouldn't be so great, but, you know, just say they'd have to find a way to make it work, you know, and I think the parents are well within their right, that type of a decision when it comes to that. So. Naima says they want white women to have more babies and they to abort them. Well, I can't say that that's not the case, but one thing about it, Black women, you know, are held in higher regard. You know, you can't abort them and you can't keep them and be single. You know, there's going to be a problem either way it goes. So figure it out. Is the traditional message that we.
Yeah, I've watched my my aunt and my grandmother get into it about my cousin. You know, my cousin. I was 8 years old, so you know I really didn't understand what was abortion and what all that was. But I remember them arguing with each other when my cousin came home pregnant, and my her mom was like, "Oh, she's gonna get the abortion. She's only 16." You know, da da da. But my grandmother was like, "No, she can get a job. We'll care for the baby. We'll love on it. There's no need of her getting rid of it." So you know, it was a huge rift in the family, and the stress was so bad on my cousin because she didn't know what to do. She, you know, she's 16 in high school, you know, she was working. You know, her mom was like, "Oh, well, you're old enough to drop out of school now. You know, if you are going to have the baby, you got to drop out of school, you're going to have to work." And, you know, and she ended up having a miscarriage from the stress. So, you know, I don't know if that worked out in her favor or not. I'm assuming so. But, you know, it was just a bad situation all around. Like, them arguing whether she's going to have this abortion or not. You know, it's a tough subject, you know, all the way around. But me personally, I do not think it should be available as an option. I think it should only be for extreme cases, like I said before, rape, incest, maybe some medical issues. If you're having a medical problem, then it's not even called an abortion; it's called a DNC. So, you know, I don't think we should have the ability to just kill the child because you're, you know, irresponsible. Because to me, I'm not a Christian, but I still think it's murder. Who knows? Our Malcolm X that we need right now could have been aborted. You know what I'm saying? So it's just
Well,
so many things. I don't know.
I agree with Lucy, and
Well,
that's
look
all
at
I'm going to
no
say.
comment. Huh? You agree with Lucy?
I said I agree with Lucy, what she just said in totality, and that's all I'm going to say about the subject. So carry on.
Well, Hassan
Yeah.
said 29 years his sister came close to being aborted, but the universe had other plans. And you know what? And sometimes it works out that way. You know, that's why I just think it's such a traumatic, thing to have to deal with. But, education, and it just needs to be there because, as we all spoke, we all had our different opinions with regards to, what we felt, Lucy and Belle feel like, it's the table. We shouldn't have that ability just to go out and just do that, and it has absolutely nothing to do with religious beliefs. It's just what you believe, and I can totally respect that. Me, on the other
Yeah, and
hand,
I'm
I don't
specifically
foolishly. Mhm.
right.
Yeah, I don't think
Right.
it
I didn't
should
mean
be
to cut
used
y'all. I
foolishly.
just want to make it where I'm talking about black people. I ain't talking about them other people. I don't care what they do. I'm talking about us.
Yeah,
Right.
Go
absolutely.
continue,
That's where
Vonda.
the
I'm sorry.
discussion is. Yes, ma'am. No, I just don't think it should be used
But
willy-nilly as
but
a form of birth control. But, in the, case of, something, unplanned, I mean, and, I know plenty of people were, they were on the discussion for, being aborted and they're here today, so it happens, people have that discussion,
mhm.
Mhm.
she
Mhm.
subject, but
Yeah.
I thank you ladies
But
for your
let's be
comment.
honest. Let's be honest.
Mm-hmm.
If we could trust the system, I think, or we can believe that a child would be adopted and happy. There'd be no abortions. There'd be adoptions. Because for the most part, nobody wants to do that. That's extreme. That's extremely, a hard decision. If there's an option of you could give birth, give up the child to adoption to a family that would love and care for the child, and you can trust that you would do that. But
Right.
the problem is we don't trust the system. We shouldn't trust the system because more than likely the child will end up going into foster care, and we know we don't trust foster care that much.
Mhm.
hmm So
Mhm.
I've heard women said I'd rather abort my child because I can't take care of it, and I do not trust the system. I do not, and I would be worried to death. Even with adoption, heard that some of them, even with adoption, they'd be concerned because they've seen things and been through things, and they just don't trust. So their thing is better this way for everybody. Child uh, um don't suffer growing up and living through that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I think it goes back to education. I mean, I really do think it goes back to education. If we have a clear understanding of what it means when you create a child, when you get with a person, you have sex with them, you create this child, and what that means. I just think nowadays everything's just all willy nilly. It's just all whatever. Oh, if I get STD, I could just go to the doctor and get some medicine. If I get pregnant, oh, I could just have an abortion. If I get married, oh, I can
Mm-hmm.
get a divorce.
Yeah.
It's always an out to your responsibility in life.
Yeah. And Chef said bringing a child in this world has been watered down. It's supposed to create an infinite bond, but people breaking apart because of a childbirth decision.
Hmm.
People, basically willy-nilly having the sex, and then when someone's pregnant, it's like, oh, well, have an abortion, or no, I'm having the baby. They take care of
Hmm.
the kid, and they hate each other, and you weren't even my girlfriend. They were just sleeping around with each other. So again, like, you know, Lucy was saying, education is so important. Education is so important to be
Yeah, and
responsible for our bodies
self-value.
and
We
what.
don't have self-value. Right,
Yeah.
right. And we don't have any value in ourselves, and therefore no value for the family. Like, the family values have diminished. And I'm not sure when and how that happened. I'm still confused on how did we get from the family unit we had in the 70s and before, somewhere in the 80s and 90s, the shit just went left. And, you know, people say the crack epidemic, you know, the preschool to prison pipeline and stuff like that. But when did we stop teaching our children about responsibility of life and what you're supposed to be doing in life? Like, when did that stop? You know, because my mom used to lie to me about sex and how babies got here. She lied to me, and it was a detriment. She was so busy trying to keep me away from dudes that she didn't give me the real deal and how to handle certain situations when I go out into the world. Her whole thing was just stay away from them. They ain't shit. They ain't gonna be shit. They the first thing on this earth. They the last thing gonna be here. Like, just get yourself together. And I'm like, okay, well, what does that mean? That means nothing to me. You know, growing up in the 90s, coming out into the millennial as an adult, you know, something got lost in the family dynamic, and
Well, you
I
know
just don't
what?
know what happened.
Young men and women, teenagers, 15, 16, 17, education, I don't think is an issue because they all know how you make a baby. Um, what I think is like with the teenagers, yes, it's the parents dropping the ball. Um, because think about it, you know, like you said, the crack epidemic and all that stuff. And they were on their own during that time, maybe had kids at 15, you know, themselves. And so they're still young themselves and
Yeah,
aren't the best parents that they could have been due to the fact that they started out having kids young. So now it's just a, you know, continuing cycle. The kids, they're doing the same thing. And I know we hear that often and it might sound cliche, but it's exactly what is happening, what has happened. So and then it led to all these other, you know, younger kids getting, you know, they're if you're 15 and your mom is 30, you know, and she's still going out clubbing and all that and leaving these teenage girls and teenage boys on their own, they're going to be getting into some stuff. So it's just a vicious cycle.
yeah,
And like I said, I agree totally with you, Lucy, about the, you know, if there's a medical need for it or in cases of rape or something like that, you know, I understand that. But just to say, oh, well, oops, I messed up. You know how babies are made and you know what could happen regardless of whether you're wearing a condom or not. So you can't just say, oh, well, if this happens, we'll just make sure you get an abortion. Or the girl could be like, oh, I'll just get an abortion. Like you said, they're making it too easy, all these outs. And it's just been um, a it has been a bad trend in our community. I know that for a fact. I don't know anybody who's had an abortion in my circle, and I mean, everybody I know, we didn't believe in that. We just thought, you know, you have a baby, you just shit out of luck, you got a baby. But
right.
you know, that it's just too easy now. People didn't even want to talk about abortions before. Now it's just like, you know, like talking about the weather. So it's just really a strange turn of events in recent times.
Yeah, but to my understanding, back in the day, if a young girl, or she didn't even have to be underage, she could have been 20. But if she was unmarried, they hid that from society, and the mother would take the child on as if it was hers to hide it from society, because at once upon a time, it was a complete embarrassment to
Exactly.
have a child outside of wedlock. So,
Hmm.
what happened to that mentality?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And up
What
north,
happened
you
to the
got
shame
pregnant,
and the
you got sent
disgrace?
down to grandma's house down south or something. You know,
Yeah.
they didn't want people to know. It was like, oh my God, we can't believe that nobody can know about this. Now it's just like whatever.
Child, they
And
got daycare centers in the high schools
in the
now. My
schools,
my
yep.
my alma mater, they have a full-fledged daycare inside of the school. And I
Hmm.
get why. I get why. But damn,
But that's
can we
almost
get
like
to
it's
the root?
enabling them. It's almost like it's
Right.
enabling them. It's giving them a crutch, a safety net.
Oh yeah, because my
So,
brother plenty of times his little one he had a child, found out later that it wasn't his, but he had a child when he was what in the 11th grade or something, and I think the girl was in the 10th grade. And shoot, the school used to call me all the time where they done left the baby at the damn daycare up in.
mm, wow. I remember girls leaving our school. We didn't see them. I mean, they was just gone, and you would find out like a couple years later, oh, they had a baby, but they were gone. Their parents took them out of school. I know a couple of white girls, couple of black girls. Maybe it was like my senior year. Maybe one or two girls had gotten pregnant. One was pregnant at graduation. One left that we didn't find out later. That's why she left. And the other one, she had her baby, but it was like a shame thing. She was pretty much like shunned. And then now it's like, I don't know, it's just so acceptable, and
Yeah.
it's weird, and it's not the right
I
kind of
went to
thing
school.
to promote.
It's not because, they're not ready. They're not ready. I mean, when I was in school, there were a couple of girls that, first semester they were there, second semester you didn't see them. And then they were there at, senior graduating. You're like, now where's she been? And you hear the rumors,
Right.
oh, she had a baby, but nobody dares ask, it's none of my business. Had another friend, gave the baby up for adoption, and I was friends with the father, and he was, but we never talked about the baby to the girl because it didn't exist, in her world. So it was like, it's just, and these are decisions that, parents made for their daughters. This
Yeah.
wasn't a case where about late it was found, that these girls were, pregnant, but their decision was for them to have the baby and to give the child up. The one girl adopted, and the other one, I'm not sure what happened to that baby. So yeah, you're right. I mean, now it's like, they have the daycares in the school, but they had them in school when I was in high school too.
Not when I was in high
So
school.
you said they
They were
did or they
there when I
didn't?
was in high school.
Oh,
Mm.
yeah, they were
They
there. So it
didn't.
was like
No,
Now
they
they
did.
didn't have them
the
in
kids are
ours.
making my friends' grandparents. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
We
crazy.
did have some that hid it, and come out years later when it would look like her twin popped up. It's like, she don't have no twin. Who's that? Turn out she
Yeah.
was
Oh,
pregnant
that's what?
and gave us the
Like, you
baby.
remember those rumors,
What? I said, you didn't hear it? You didn't see that? It's like, I wasn't paying attention that much. I knew she was a little, she was getting a little fat, but I didn't think nothing of it. I was too busy trying to graduate and study and work all at the same time. You know,
I think
Well,
if we
Chef
tell our
said,
daughters and our
for
sons,
him
oh,
being a young, having sex was a rite of passage. There was an overwhelming amount of peer pressure to have sex.
yep,
Yeah.
you the
Yeah.
man. You the man. Get them notches in
mhm.
your belt, boy. Yeah, you getting your thing-a-lang wet. They
You're
say the other
supposed to
word.
be, yeah, the girls are supposed to be all chaste and good. So who are these guys having sex with? They're supposed to be hitting everything that's out there. So it's an oxymoron, to be able to tell the boys, oh, well, I can, and tell the girls, don't you dare, you keep your legs close until marriage. Well, where are they having the sex? Who are the boys, knocking down? So I just think it needs to
Exactly.
go for both. It needs to go for both.
Let's
It's
let's
true.
un- let's
I mean,
unpack that, Vonda.
okay.
Well,
Um,
if the girls did as they were told and did keep their legs closed, what other option would the guys have though?
with the boys have.
Besides going to the
Bingo.
same sex.
Exactly.
That's exactly where I was going with it. If the
Yeah.
girls did what they were told to do, keep their legs closed, and then the boys are
Exactly.
being told go out there and get all you can get, where does that leave them? Either that's going to leave them to swirling, because we all know that Becky
Well,
was,
you know,
Mm-hmm.
it don't take
you
much
know how
for them to
Becky act.
swirl, so that's nothing. They don't take much for
Yeah,
them to
yeah.
swirl.
Yeah, that'll definitely put, because if the black women, because if the black girls are doing what they're supposed to be doing as they're told to keep your legs closed until you're married, then will we have had that SYSBM thing the whole time? Oh well these bitches ain't giving it up. They ain't giving it up. They being respectable and they keeping their stuff to themselves. Then what I feel like that rhetoric would be setting us up for failure. You're telling the boys to go and have fun, but you're telling the
Mm-hmm.
girls to hold out. That's setting them up for failure. Why don't we tell the boys the same thing? Because that's what I tell my sons. Hey man, treat your sperm like it's gold and diamonds. Would you go out here and give your money away just to any old bad and just give it away? They're like, no. Okay, well then you don't spill your sperm like that neither. Your sperm is sacred.
There you go.
That's you. That's a part of you. You know what I'm saying? I talk to my children so they can value themselves. But I think through religion and stuff like that, you're taught to put yourself on the bottom, be lowly, be humble, only give yourself to God. You don't value yourself because everything else is greater than you. It's a whole lot of confusion. There's a lot of confusion that's being bred and taught in the black community through generational traditions. These traditions are retarded because it's setting us up for failure. Because I know that's exactly what the boy's father wanted to teach my sons, how to go out here and get their thing line wet. What are you teaching them? Y'all don't want women that's ran through. Why do you think we want y'all dirty dicks? After you've been collecting up all kinds of
And that's
bacteria
very
and
true.
all that from all these other chicks, and yeast and stuff. Like, why would I want that? You didn't slept with 100, 250 women in your life, and then when you decided you want to get married at 35, I don't want BV. I don't want consistent yeast infections and can't figure out why I can't get rid of BV because the man, he got it. It's a whole lot of things that the men can carry and never have symptoms of. A man is the number one carrier. He is the carrier of a lot of these diseases and bacteria and stuff that women deal with because we're built different. I think we
That's
set
very
ourselves up
true.
for failure with a lot of this dumb shit, man.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
That's why I say education is important. You know, if we have a real understanding about how our bodies work, how things function, I think we would make different choices.
And valuing ourselves, like you were saying. Now, I saw a stream on a very popular YouTuber channel, and it was basically, it was a video that talked about, men who cheat and men who, sleep with multiple women and, with, basically no regard and whatnot, they're really not valuing themselves.
No,
They may, it is the culture. Oh, you're the man if you have more women or if you're but, really at the end of the day, you're not valuing yourself because the women that you're sleeping with, you wouldn't even marry these women. And some of the
mm-mm.
women, you don't even want to admit to people that you slept with them because of how
Exactly.
whatever the case may be. So how do you
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
value yourself if you're
Mm-hmm.
sleeping with people like that? So that was the whole,
Mm-hmm.
gist of the video. And I kind of agree with that, never quite heard it put like that because men are, that they're sleeping with all these women. But are you really?
Let me ask y'all something, okay? If a dude you dealing with, you talking to, whatever, or your husband, your current husband, if he be like, if he said, "Oh yeah, that was my ex-girlfriend," and you see the chick and she look like some trash, like the chick, you see the chick and you would not go behind her, okay? Because that's what you're doing. You're going behind their past, okay? That would that make you look at that dude different? Like,
Yep.
he done slept with her.
Oh yeah,
You know
I've
what?
seen
I'm
it.
gonna
Depends on how long it's
And you be
been.
like, she slept. He slept with so
and
and
I
so. He did what? Yeah.
and
Ew.
I judge.
Do you
I
mean like
definitely judge.
15
I'm like,
years ago or 20 years ago or like a year ago? You know, because that, you know how people change over the years, though.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she
But
wasn't like that.
if you knew that she
just
was
a whole
trash,
day
or
bed.
you knew that come on, ladies, we know how that vagina work now. You know them
Mm-hmm.
bacterias and stuff get the harboring up in there. This women that have BV that can't get rid of it, or it turns into it goes into mycoplasma. Y'all know I work in the laboratory, so you know goes into mycoplasma. Mycoplasma is very difficult to get rid of. It's not an STD. It's a bacteria that you get from having multiple partners. Not
Mm-hmm.
the and the female don't even have to have multiple partners all in one week.
Hmm.
She could be just be single and have a new boyfriend every year.
Right.
You don't know who he's sleeping with.
Yeah.
You know
Well,
what
if
I'm
it's the
saying?
guy that you're dating and this woman is from the woman he dated last year or whatever, the year before, then I would definitely look at him strange. I would be like, ugh.
Let me tell you something.
It'd be different. Yeah.
The dude could tell me that he slept with Cardi B 15 years ago. I'm gonna still say ew. If he say he slept with Kim Kardashian 20 years ago, I'm gonna say ew.
Oh yeah, her definitely. Yeah. Ew.
If he slept with a porn star 20 years ago, ew.
Yeah.
Oh, it's some chicks that you'll say ew. It
Yeah.
don't matter how long ago it was.
They're
What if you
nasty.
married to him
So
already though? Well, you gonna
And
divorce him?
oh no, now I'm gonna have to
See,
go
that's
through
what
a
I'm
whole
saying.
panel. They might answer some questions for you. It
Well,
might answer
that
some
was
questions
the
for you.
question you need to ask them. Have you heard? That's one of the questions. Question number 7. You know, you got to ask those questions.
There we go. How many people ask the people that they getting ready to marry that type of stuff? I know I sure did. How many African chicks you didn't when you running through chicks in the village? I asked them that shit.
are they really
Who
gonna tell the
they
truth
is?
though about who
Is
they
they
slept with?
yeah? Is they walking around the village looking at me as she the new one? Like what's going on? When I'm walking up,
But you only have their word for it. They could have did a bunch of nasty shit, and they only will tell you what
mm-hmm,
you want to hear though.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So
But when it's the other way around, though, a dude could just find out. We've heard the men say, if you say anything more than him, which he knows, if you have children, you slept with other dudes, it
mhm.
don't matter what number you give them, they lose their damn minds. And it don't even be for the reasons we thinking about, STDs, shit like that or whatever. The
Mm-hmm.
nastiness. It's like, oh, you are automatically a hoe, huh?
Yeah.
About it, lady. If your man found out that you slept with Mr. Marcus, ew. But if you did, he
Who is
he
that?
would feel some type of way. A porn star.
Oh,
A
Oh,
porn
okay.
Okay.
star.
I'm
Okay.
about to
Oh,
Google him. Look, there, I'm about to Google. Like, who is that?
He nasty.
yeah. I'm not
Yeah.
familiar with him. I'm not familiar with his work.
No.
I do.
Mr. Martin.
I've seen some stuff, but yeah. So I'm sure if your man heard that you slept with Mr. Marcus, and for the most part, men, I would say men are a little more familiar with porn, but they know who moved that woman, and if a woman finds out that you have slept with,
No.
I can't even think of a porn chick, but I mean, come
Mr.
on,
Marcus been running up and everything.
Yeah, he a little nasty side. Yeah,
Yeah, that's nasty.
Yeah, these dudes out here
he's a
bragging.
man.
Bragging, yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't hit this chick, I didn't hit that. Okay. All right.
Bye bye
Yeah,
then.
well.
Okay. Nice meeting you. Glad we could have that
Well,
little chat.
he was
mm,
actually infected with syphilis and continued to work.
mm,
Ugh.
Mhm.
mm.
So,
Yeah.
and kind of and passed it out to some other ladies. So it was like,
Yeah, I
yo,
might
that's
gotta do a we might gotta do an education ladies night so
That's
I can break down
nasty.
these diseases for people so they can understand and
you
really be
know
scared.
what? And we should, Lucy, we're definitely going to do it because we're going to have another night on another ladies' night where we're going to talk about protection. And I think sexual health is actually important. Josie
Mm,
488G says sexual hygiene is needed, and it is. People should
mm,
be very careful about who they share their bodies with. And even using a condom. I mean, you still got sweat. I mean, have a condom on them, they're touching something and then sweating and I mean,
Ugh.
yeah.
well,
So
condoms are not going to protect you from herpes.
Mm.
Condoms are not going to
exactly.
protect
Like
you.
I say,
They're also
Or
not going to
class.
protect you from
stuffy,
shingles.
touching, okay. So you got to do a little bit further. I just, like you guys were saying, education is needed and, all that, casual, willy-nilly, just hop on it, because it can lead to, not unwanted pregnancies, but also, STIs and, those can be a lot harder to
Yep.
get over. Okay. So ladies, we're going to move it along into our next topic. Now, this next topic is Brenda Homemaker. And when I say Brenda Homemaker, I am speaking about a Black woman, whatever her name. We were talking, earlier, couple of the ladies, we talked about, being a homemaker. Is that really obsolete? Because you have working parents all over the place. Homemaker, is that obsolete? Is that something that's even still possible? Because both parents have to work. And if both parents are working, then who's doing the homemaking? Let's bust this
Mm,
open, ladies.
mm.
Well,
And 20. Go ahead, Bill.
I think it's possible if the husband makes enough money to support everything in the household, but that's kind of like a double-edged sword because a lot of times if he makes that much money to cover everything and things like that, then a lot of times the mom or the wife will get other people doing housework and stuff too. I mean, that happens too. They don't really even take care of the house. If they're the super rich people, they whether she can stay home or not, they sometimes they just get somebody else to do it. But it really does depend on finances, of the husband's finances if the woman wants to do that. Just, a lot of times it's just not really feasible when the cost of everything is so high. Both people need to work. So
In your
Yeah.
everyday life, I'm saying the lady that is that something that you guys see? Do you see you have friends that are happy homemakers? Their unit is able to allow the woman to be able to stay home. The man is working, bringing home the bacon. Do you guys see that?
I only know one person that's a stay-at-home mom, and I don't know if I would call her exactly a homemaker, but she's a stay-at-home mom. She don't work, and only her husband works. But yeah, and I'm talking about a Brenda homemaker, a Black woman, but she's the only one. So I think it's kind of becoming a rarity
Yeah.
today.
Yeah.
Hmm. Well, our economic status, our position, our financial position doesn't allow for that. Very few of us are able to do that. Now, if we're talking about the average black man, black woman, let's say the black man has a trade. Let's say he does HVAC. So, he's probably making anywhere from 60 to 85,000 a year, working for someone else, you know who. If he's making closer to six figures like my dad did, he was doing that in overtime, and it's very easy to do. So let's say he's making that kind of money. That's really still not enough money for the woman to really completely stay at home. She could, but they would be living on a budget lifestyle, right?
Mm-hmm.
The woman, if she, he would definitely have to make a minimum of 150,000 a year for her to be able to stay at home. And I would even still think in that position, she probably was working. She would stay home with the children until maybe they got to high school, and then she would return to work. Because when they get to high school, they can feed themselves, they can wash their own clothes, they can start. She's really not gonna be needed in the home to really care for the children because they'll be at school. So I don't see it in today's time because of our financial position. We're just economically, we don't have it. Now the other side is, let's say we were in that position where we could be at home like Becky, right? Would you really want to do that? Because then, I'm smart today's time, let's say you all grow apart, right? The children are gone, they're going to college. Now the children are out of the house and it's just you and him, right? And so y'all have been together now for about 4 or 5 years, children been out of the home. What if y'all just have grown, apart, and you choose to get a divorce? Well, you've been at home for the past 20 years. You've never worked. You never went to school. You never had to. So, I don't know.
Yeah.
What y'all think
Well, in
about
my
that?
situation, it just wasn't possible for me to be a stay-at-home, mom. It was a 50-50 arrangement, and it was like that when we were boyfriend and girlfriend, and we became husband and wife. And so money was something we never argued about. The bills were never not paid, rent was never late, PG&E never got turned off, phone calls, the phone was never doo doo doo. We didn't do that. There was never any of that. So, with that being said, if you're splitting the bills down the middle, then there are things that you can afford. You can afford to save money. You can afford to do a lot of things. The whole responsibility of all of the bills, which is good. And he's a responsible man. He did what he was supposed to. It wasn't, oh, I gambled or I was drinking. He wasn't a drinker, a smoker, gambler, didn't do any. He made sure his bills were paid, and so did I. So that wasn't a problem. But when it came to, the household chores, that's where the problem was. Because in his opinion, my week was nothing compared to his 40, 50-hour week because he felt like he worked harder. So because he worked harder, there were certain things that I should be responsible for. I should be responsible for most of the bulk of things that we discussed. It just happened to be that way. So these are things that I did until I just stopped. And I'm like, wait a minute, I worked today too. And then that's when he actually told me, oh, he said, because I work harder than you. And began the battle in the house, So that's where our battle was when it came to, the household and what needed to be done. My thing was I wasn't going to sit around and wait for it to be done. I was going to do a little one-sided. And I think, if I get in that situation again, I rethink it and be like, look, if I'm working, I don't want to have to, do all the housework and do all the cooking, and I don't want. And then when I fall short of it, then I'm not a good, housewoman or whatever. When I have a full-time job as well. So
Yeah. Well, I want to reiterate though, I think it's kind of rare that women, especially Black women, are able to do that today. Not there might be exceptions here and there, but it's just not just the family is just not financially able to do that. Have one parent working or one spouse working. You need all the help you can get. Just due to the situation that we are in this country. Some people get a break and are able to succeed and maybe make more, but the majority of us can't. So, that's a fairy tale for
The
us.
closest thing I've seen to that is where the wife, she stayed home with the kids. When the kids became school age, she worked part time, during the hours that the children were in school, and then she was out pick them up from school, and that was the rest of the day. And she did that until they got old enough, as you say, fend for themselves, became high school and stuff like that. So she started taking more full time hours, but she never not worked for more. I say maybe for the first year until they get to kindergarten. Like she'd be like 4 years where she wasn't working, and she'd be there for the kids. And then, as soon as they were in preschool, Head Start, or kindergarten, she was working part time because it was easier to have her salary too to make the ends meet. But that was the compromise they were willing to make, her and the husband. While the children it was still really young, she stayed at home. That's about as close as we got. I've seen somebody do it.
says if the
Um,
situation called for both parents to work, the schedule should coexist. So there will be a combination of outside child care and parental guidance. And that's true. I mean, when you're things that need to be discussed, and just one thing that I've noticed is that, we're not told to, set these things up. We're told, or it's just the natural progression. We meet love, and then we're like, we're going to live together. And the next thing you know, we're having a baby, and 2 years later, we can't stand each other. We're fighting and on the verge of breaking up. And, we never talked about how these things were going to be taken, didn't work,
Yeah.
I just think
yeah.
A lot of our decisions are reactive instead of proactive. That's the
exactly once the
problem.
trouble has
We wait
already
till after
started.
something happens and then you have to make the decision instead of planning things out beforehand. This is what we're going to do. I know that's not always possible, and I know that a lot of people don't think that way, but it's something that's needed. You need to not just wait for something to happen and then decide what to do. You need to think about all the eventualities and kind of make a plan for us. And just we'll have like at least a skeletal plan about what we could possibly do. You know?
Absolutely. Absolutely. A plan is needed. Poetic Kale says teamwork makes the dream work. Because when you think of it like this, okay, you have two people, and okay, at the end of the day, if you live by yourself, who's going to wash the dishes? Who's going to cook for you? And who is going to clean your bathroom? If you live by yourself, you were going to do that anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I'm sure
Right.
if he lived by that was done, So I think at that point, it should be kind of easy to kind of say, okay, then what are we going to do? How are we going to split this up? Someone may, so one will cook, the other one will just wash dishes. One thing about me, I hate folding laundry, but I'll do laundry all day long, but I hate folding it and putting it away. So maybe, you can do that. These are things that should be talked about. And when it comes to kids, I mean, somebody got to pick the kid up from school or daycare. Those are situations where you can't mess up on that. That can't be a mistake, and you can't drop the ball when it comes to when it comes to a woman, in her household. She not only, she's working outside of the home, she's a house manager. You manage your house. As a woman, you know what's going on in your house. There's nothing that's going on because it's your house, for the most part. So you manage that house. You decide where we're going to do the grocery shopping. You decide what, brand of laundry detergent or what type of soap we're going to all, but women are the ones who kind of do all of that,
Yeah.
So if you're working and he's
Hey,
working.
Vonda. Not
Yes,
to
ma'am.
interrupt you, but I'm kind of getting sick of these random comments. We got this question here saying what happened to baby funds and planning to have a child. First of all, we talking about Black people. Since when did Black people have baby funds? If that was the case, we would never have children. It ain't possible to have a baby fund or to plan children all the time. We would been died out our population if that was the case. So who had baby funds? Did you have a baby fund, Vonda?
Oh,
No,
boy.
ma'am.
Did you
Actually,
plan?
I'm going to tell you a little story. When I was born, my mom and dad, they couldn't pay. So they wouldn't let me go home from the hospital. So my grandmother, yes, they would not let the baby leave. The baby had to stay in the hospital. The baby was me. And so my grandmother, $75. And from then on, they called me the gold dollar baby because they had to pay some money for my ransom to get me out that hospital. But, my mom and dad, they're young parents, and had 2 other kids. And here I come along, my ankle. They wouldn't let me go. They said, well, the baby has to stay in the hospital till you pay this bill. So.
Yeah, that's some new shit because most Black people ain't got no damn baby fund or plan to have kids.
Yeah, to answer
so
over here.
as I stated, if we had to wait for a baby fund or a damn plan, we would never have kids. And so, unless we want our population to just die out completely, waiting on a damn baby fund, we just have children as they come. And, that's just how it happens.
Yeah, I didn't have a baby fund, and
I
don't know anyone that
I'm kind of
did.
wondering how old she is or where she's from. That the baby fund thing. It's like baby fund. It's kind of like white people thing.
That's what I was
I do
thinking.
know there's a younger generation that are trying to do a baby fund thing, but there's something to come up, and that baby fund money is gonna be used for something else. Down payment on a house, car repairs, or another car.
Hassan said there's such a thing as a building fund, not a baby fund. The building fund for the church.
Then what's birth control for? To make you infertile and to have all kinds of complications later on in your life and cancer, cervical cancer, stuff like that. That's what birth control is for.
And then birth control ain't 100%. Not to mention other stuff can interfere with it. Alcohol can interfere with it. Antibiotics can interfere with it. Your own body chemistry will eventually reject the birth control. And it won't
I
be
stopped taking birth control because it made me sick.
Exactly. And it's just poisonous to you. It's not natural. So all these people suffering from infertility and crap like that, a lot of it is because of birth control use.
And Chef says our baby
I
fund
wanna
comes from the baby shower if
For
you're
certain
lucky.
women,
Exactly.
and for certain women, birth control is a death sentence because it'll make you form clots. If you for prone to clot making,
Yep,
it doubles it up, and you
yep,
have a
a
stroke,
stroke.
heart attack.
Yep. I was gonna say that. And
Yeah.
also over prolonged use, if you're on birth control, particularly the pill, the overdose of hormones, because that's what a birth control is an overdose of hormones.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you will develop osteoporosis. Black women do not get osteoporosis. White women and Asian women develop osteoporosis. We don't get that. That's not something that Black women get from our African DNA. Okay. So you could develop osteoporosis because the overdose of hormones causes your body to eat the calcium out of your bones, trying to regulate those hormones. Oh yeah, Liz, we gotta do a health class.
Oh
I could
yes.
break all that stuff down for y'all. Hmm.
Oh,
Should
definitely.
that be our topic for next week or?
We can definitely talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
We can couple that with the protection and health. We can do a health clinic.
Yep.
Those
We can talk about that Gardasil shot that they trying to force.
You
Yeah,
know,
that Gardasil they trying to force.
Topaz Presents also stated that it also causes cysts. I heard of that too.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, it's causing a hormone imbalance.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and
And
when you
that's
have a
where
hormone imbalance, now you're talking about your thyroid being out of whack, your pituitary gland being out of whack. And if those are out of whack, that affects your metabolism. That's why a lot of women gain weight when
Exactly.
they take birth control, because it's throwing your endocrine glands out of whack. Your endocrine system is out of whack. It's too many hormones. Maybe that's why some of these hoes out here going crazy, because they on birth control.
Mm-hmm.
They're chemically imbalanced.
Okay,
Right.
so that kind of brings me to a question then, with regards to Brenda and the homemaker. The hormonal changes that takes place in the woman's body, you know, and this is also a working woman. What about, when it comes to feeling overwhelmed? If
Oh
she's
shit.
coming home, has to take care of majority of the house, duties as the house manager. She has a lot on her plate, a lot's expected of her. And she's taking care of the children. And on top of that, who knows? Maybe she might be pregnant, you know. When the expectations of, she may feel like, she's not getting enough support, enough help from her spouse. When is
Uh-huh.
enough, you know?
Well, if I gotta work and carry
You
the baby and
know,
deliver the baby and nurture the family, huh?
yes.
You mean
Oh,
she
if
a completely stay-at-home mom? You mean, or is she working too? Did you say Vonda?
Working, I'm talking about the dual
Oh, okay.
family that's
oh,
working. And I mean, and even though she's working her
well,
job, she's still the house manager for the most part.
yeah, I'm not able to rest in my femininity, because when am I able to rest? I'm not able to rest. I'm constantly working. See, if I'm at home and I'm the Brenda homemaker, I got all the time to rest, because I don't have to worry about how the money is coming into the home. Men don't, I don't know if they understand or not. That is a huge weight that should not be on us, but it's on us, worrying about how we gonna eat tonight. If I don't have to worry about whether the bill's gonna be paid, if I got money to go shopping with, you know what I'm saying? If I don't have those stresses, the man takes that stress off of me. I can focus on everything else. I can focus on being pretty. I can focus on I don't have a reason to be nasty and angry and all this shit, because everything is in its place. You know what I'm saying? The only thing that's gonna make me pull my hair out for the day will be the children. It is if we got multiple children. We're talking about households with, 3 or more children. Children are a lot to deal with, whole lot to deal with. So if I'm home with them, I need to not worry about the money. I need to be able to know, oh, when I go to the grocery store and write a check, it ain't gonna bounce. It don't matter. I need to get what I need for the family. And I don't have to worry about, oh, well, we ain't got but this in the bank. Okay, I gotta get this. We not on a budget. I can go to the store, get what we need to get, take care of the family. The bills is paid. When I write out the bills, because like you said, we managing the home. I ain't gotta switch to great value because we can't afford Tide anymore. You know what I'm saying? Then I can rest in my femininity. But if I have to go to work and I got to carry this baby and I got to work and then I got to go back to work after my 4 to 6 weeks, man, when I got time to rest? Like you said, laundry still got to be done. Somebody got to cook. Yeah, we could take turns cooking. We could take turns doing laundry and all that. But I'm in the same position with the man. I'm having to help bring finances into the home. So that I'm still submissive, but that level, I'm coming up a little bit closer to where he at because my income is required in order to make this household work. Okay. So this whole idea where these men think that they're going to be able to, tell us what to do and the woman's submissive, I don't even know what they're talking about. Like, because if I got to put in money into the bank, if it's required for me to have that income, if something happens and I can't work, so that 4 to 6 weeks we sweating because I'm not working, it's a problem, man. And I heard y'all said the dude earlier talking about some saving for a baby. How?
I don't know. If that was,
I think they forget our financial status. They're our financial, our economic, where we at financially in this world.
Like I said, if
And
we
you're
had to
correct, Vonda,
save
we
for
wouldn't
babies,
exist
it
no
wouldn't
more.
be no black babies.
Yeah, we wouldn't exist no more. That's why y'all will never hear me talking about this whole Pookie and Ray Ray and Keisha and all them making all these babies in the hood. Hey, look, they keeping our population up. It's our responsibility as a community to try to help these children because let's face it, y'all, people is not gonna stop fucking. We not. It's part of our nature.
Yeah.
It's part of our nature. Okay. We're in the animal kingdom. It's part of survival is keeping your population up, making more of you, of yourself, replicating yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, so
But
you
we don't
guys,
live in a natural society.
so I'm going to read something, and this is called How to Be a Good Wife, 1950 style. Okay. Now, this is some archaic, list. This is really archaic, but this is a list of, how it was supposed to be done back in, Donna Reed days, So you need to have dinner ready. Yeah, leave it to Beaver.
Okay.
Have dinner ready. Plan ahead, even the night before, to have a delicious meal ready on time. This is a way of letting him know that you've been thinking and are concerned about his needs. Most men are hungry when they come home, and the prospect of a good meal is part of the warm welcome needed. Number 2.
Okay, can we do it one by one? Oh, how many of them is it?
Yeah. Oh, okay. So in the event,
how many of them is it?
How many? Let's see here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 9.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I just got something quick to say about the first one. Okay, I agree with that. But it ain't about you, nigga. It ain't about you, nigga, making you happy and I think about you. If we got children, I want to stay on a schedule and be consistent. Consistency. We have to have consistency in our life in order to maintain balance. So, nigga, it ain't about I've been thinking about you all day. Is that, yes, dinner does need to be ready at a certain time so we can be on a damn schedule. Nigga.
Well, if the mom don't work and her job is to manage the household, then it would be why wouldn't there be dinner? I mean,
on time, every day.
But if she works, that's a different story. It might not turn out like that all the time.
Right.
Okay, so number 2, prepare yourself. Take 15 minutes to rest so that you are refreshed when he arrives. Touch up your makeup. Put a ribbon. He has just been with a lot of work weary people. Be a little happy and more interesting. His boring day may need a lift.
Okay. If I'm Brenda Homemaker, I have nothing to say about that. I totally agree. If I'm Brenda Homemaker.
Yep.
But if I'm out Lucy gotta go to work, nigga, we both sitting at the dinner table talking about our day, but we gonna laugh about it and all that. But what are you talking about?
And I don't even own a ribbon, so I don't know about the ribbon part. So I don't know about that.
The 15 minutes to rest in your femininity and look all fresh
Yes, rest in
and
your
making up
femininity
all
before
the
he get
time.
home.
I get that. But I must be Brenda Homemaker. That means, nigga, that means you making 250, 500,000 a year, so I can do that. Okay.
Okay, number 3.
Oh, I'll be perfect.
Clear.
If I didn't have to work, I would be perfect. I'll be doing everything at home. It'll be spotless. I'll have dinner on the stove.
Shoot, every Friday night the
Everything.
children would be at grandma's. I have on more than just a little makeup.
Okay.
A little less than just some
Okay, well, in addition
Hey,
to preparing yourself, you need to, number 3, clear away the clutter. One last trip through the main part of the house. Gather up the books, toys, newspapers, dust the table so that they appear clean. Your husband will feel that he has reached his haven of rest and order. For him, lift also. So make sure
well,
the
the
house is
house
clean.
already clean, nigga.
Mm-hmm.
It's already clean, nigga. What you talking about? You want me to clean it again before you get home?
Yeah, I don't like clutter either. That's them white folks that be like hoarders mostly. I don't know. I like open space, so I don't do clutter.
I,
Okay,
It's
after
well,
already
the
that's an
fact
clean.
that the
easy one
children
for
were
you.
playing around and you finna shoot them off.
Oh, the
You doing
children
that
been
last
playing. Oh
minute.
yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
Get
mm,
them toys out. I don't want to know he got kids when he first get home.
mm.
Yeah,
Okay.
the toys
Please,
should be
if
put
I know we
away.
got them, then you gonna know too. No.
No, you need to follow
Mm.
these rules.
Okay,
Rule
Okay.
number 4,
All
take a
right.
few
All
minutes
right.
if I
to
must.
prepare the children. Prepare the children. Listen, if the kids ain't at grandma's house, you need to prepare them children. Take a few minutes to wash their faces and their hands, comb their hair, and change their clothes presentable to him. They are God's creatures, and your husband would like to see them playing their part. So get them kids all with their
Wow.
bath and in their pajamas when daddy gets home. Have them ready. Okay. Now we are up to number 5. Minimize all noise. At the time of his arrival, eliminate all the noises of the washer, dryer, dishwasher, and vacuum, because you've already done that. As a good Brenda homemaker, you've already done all that. You've had plenty of time to do these things during the day. Don't do coming home for his rest. Encourage your children to shh, be quiet, and be happy to see your husband. Greet him with a warm smile.
Mm. Okay.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. All right. Okay.
I
All
guess.
right. This-
Okay.
I mean,
Now,
again, if he got the income, and I ain't got to worry about it when I go and swipe the debit card, and I ain't got to worry about nothing. Okay. Okay. I get that hard work. You want to come home, everybody shut the hell up. I know how it is going to work all day, come home, the kids jumping all over me and stuff. I just want everybody to shut the hell up for about 15 minutes. I get that. Okay. Okay.
So Brenda Homemaker is probably getting up at about 5 in the morning, ain't she?
oh,
Yep.
she better. She gonna have all
So I
this
get the
stuff
children.
done.
Had the breakfast done, had the breakfast, you know, and all that, so she can kiss him back while he grab his toast. You know, you fixed him a, you know, grand slam breakfast, and all you do is grab the toast and the coffee and go out the door. Okay.
Like,
Okay.
shit. If I fix a grand slam breakfast, he
Now,
gonna take it some way with him. If I had to throw it on his back. Now take this food.
okay, now number 6. Number do not greet your husband. I repeat, ladies, listen. This is important. Do not greet your husband with problems or a complaint. Don't
Excuse me?
complain when he is late for dinner. Don't complain. Count this as a minor when compared to what he had to go through today.
Well, why is he late to dinner? Did he call and say he was gonna be late to dinner? And I'm gonna complain because I'm gonna tell you what the hell your sons did all day. You need to know what your sons did all day so you can do your man thing with them, you know, since I don't know what I'm doing with them. So I'm gonna tell you what your children did today.
My ex-husband was greedy as hell. He wasn't never late to dinner. So I mean I had to worry about that. His ass always wanted to eat something up, so he wasn't gonna be late.
Okay, well, what you're going to do when he gets home?
Give a courteous call.
Well,
Saying,
you
hey,
know
honey,
what?
I'm gonna be late.
Maybe he did give you a courtesy call, but that still makes him late. So they're saying, and don't give him a hard time. He's late. Damn it, leave him alone. He had enough to do today. So now, when he gets home, he may be late for dinner. The kids are all tucked and out the way. You want to make him comfortable. Back in a comfortable chair, or suggest that he lie down for a few minutes in the bedroom. Have a nice drink waiting for him, the drink of his choice. Arrange his pillows. Offer to take his shoes. In pleasant voice. Allow him to relax and unwind.
And you know what, Vonda? Vonda, all of that is perfectly fine as long as I can swipe that debit card with no issues.
Right?
You know, say that again.
I have no problem with that, honey, as long as I can continue to swipe the debit card with no issues.
Oh. You're going to be able to swipe that card. Okay. So
Well, then
now
we ain't got no problems.
you have 2 more things to do, and then we'll see if you got a problem or not, sister. Let me just tell you.
Shit. Damn,
we about to get let's get to number 8. We have 2 more, okay? After you've made him comfortable and you're speaking to him in a low, soft, soothing, and pleasant voice, you need to listen. You may have a dozen things to tell him about his sons, but the moment of his arrival is not the time. Let him speak first.
Okay, about what?
He might want to vent about his day.
Oh, okay,
About making
that
that money that he had to make today, and he want to tell you all about it.
Okay. All right, honey. Sit right on down right here, honey. I've got the coconut oil ready for you. Are you ready for your daily massage? Because I already have a shopping cart with Amazon that I'm ready to hit submit on. So, okay.
So now we're up to the last one.
Whatever you like.
Brenda, make the evening his. He is special. Never complain that he does not take you your pleasant entertainment. Instead, try to understand his world of strain and pressure. Keep the coconut oil ready. His need to unwind and relax. Remember, you relaxed all his return. Now it's his turn to enjoy what you enjoyed. I hope you guys heard
How
all this.
you relax all day?
And this
If you Brenda Homemaker, how you relaxed all day?
and this is
You the
how
woman. You got.
them
It's a way to do it.
this how them pale motherfuckers that's how them pale motherfuckers got cheated on in 1950. See, them bitches turned into lesbians on their ass and created the feminist movement. Okay, so black men can model themselves after that 1950 shit if they want to. They gonna lose
Well,
again.
K Black Seed Supreme made a very good point. He said, but if a black man requires these things from us to provide the environment financially to make this possible. Amen. Preach
Exactly.
Ain't that what
it.
I've been saying? I've been saying that the
Yes.
whole time. That's what
Absolutely.
I've been saying.
You
Yeah.
made it very clear that debit card is swiping. He will amenities that comes with it.
Mhm.
Definitely. Nothing wrong with that.
Mhm.
I gotcha.
But see, a black man ain't talking like that. The white man is talking like that. And why does the white man get to talk like that to his woman? Because he has provided a system for her. She has her own telephone company and she has her own water company and her own gas company and her own banks. She has a society that was built for her. So the white man is saying, okay, bitch, you can't have no complaints because I've created all of this for you. What I need you to do is shut the fuck up, rub my feet, be nice to me when I come home, because look at what I've created for you.
Uh-huh.
The
And
black man
they
can't
asses
talk like
still
that.
wanted some independence after they
Yeah,
created all that.
yeah. She's
Ungrateful
ungrateful.
hoes.
She's ungrateful. That's right. She's ungrateful. Becky is ungrateful. So the black man can't talk like that. He not in that position to talk like that. When he get in that position, he can start talking like that. But you can't get that right now, black man. You can't get that because you have not created what the white man has created. I got to get out here and work too. So we're going to be rubbing each other's feet. Okay. We got to be nice to each other. Okay. It's got to be a two-way street.
And you know what? I totally agree with that. You know, if I had a husband who, you know, provided that type of environment to where, you know what, I didn't worry about things being paid. I didn't worry about that at all. If he could provide the same type of security environment that I actually provide for myself, you know, as a, you know, able body, you know, woman, I could definitely make sure that life, you know, was pleasant for him, you know, when he came home, you know. You don't want things to be harder for him if he's out making a living and he's, you know, doing his 10-hour days or whatever. Make sure he has something to eat, you know, clean sheets to sleep on and, you know, kids that are together in a house that's clean. You know, those are my
Man,
job
he
duties.
can get whatever he wants. Yeah,
Absolutely.
his needs are going to
Exactly.
be taken care of. Your needs are going to be taken care of. Why? Because my needs are taken care of. The children's needs are being taken care of. If I don't do it, something wrong with me.
Right.
But see, I'm not in a position to do that. You got to put me in that position, black man. Okay? We got a lot that we got to deal with out here. And even if you put me in that position, guess what? We still have an adversary that is working very diligently to take that from us. One false move and it's all gone. So, you know, these guys want to live in this fantasy land that the white man has created for himself. It's not going to work in our dynamic. And number two, black man, y'all just can't talk to us like that anyway because we black. I mean, you just can't, you know, talk to us like I don't know why they want to talk to us how the white man talks to his woman. It's just we don't communicate like with each other like that anyway.
And she don't like that shit either, but he got that money coming in, so she gonna keep her mouth shut.
Mhm,
That's what it
mhm.
is.
What's that dude? What's his name? Cordell something. On the Atlanta Housewives. She wanted to start her little business or whatever. She wanted to do something. He was like, "Nah, I want you to be at home and take care of these kids." He told her straight up, like, "No, you can't work and have my children." That's how that man wanted his household, and you know, she didn't want to bad about it. She had to leave. But I'm looking at her like, honey, he is a millionaire. All he wanted
Mhm.
you to do was to take care of them children. Girl, you could have put that shit on the back burner for 5 years, raised that baby till he went to private school, and then he wouldn't have had a problem with it. As long as it's not interfering, you have 5 years to fuck your idea into your husband, okay? So you talk to him
She
about it
said
every
5
time you
years.
on top. Baby, I really want to start this. Okay,
Right.
I really want to start this business. It's not going to
You
interfere
got
with
to think
everything. I'm still going to have your
strategically.
dinner. I'm still going to have your dinner at 5:30. I'm still going to be nice to you when you come in the house. I'm going to do my 15 minutes of resting in my femininity. I'm going to make sure that everything is how you want it in those 8 bullet points. I promise. You would
Right.
never even know that I have started my own business other than you seeing my advertisements popping up on your social media. Okay?
Right.
Exactly.
It's ways to work around that shit.
She wasn't
When a
looking at the
man of
big
means,
picture.
That's true.
but it got to be a
Yeah.
man of means. Nigga, if you the general manager at the Family Dollar and you making 35,000 a year, like that means I got to be your damn shift manager, because we both need that money coming in. You talking about? Can't have it both ways, fellas.
So now I'm going to add another component. Kay Blackseed said every woman wants to feel protected, not physically, but financially. And that's very, very true. I would agree with that.
Yep.
I was not raised with hypergamy, meaning I was not raised to look for a man who had money to take care of me. I was raised to be able to take care of myself, so I would not have to depend on a man to have to take care of. He has to be able to take care of himself, So yeah, if he's
Right,
able,
me too. I was
if
raised
I,
like that too.
yeah, and if I can trust him, I have to be able to trust him. I'm not gonna be homeless. I'm gonna make sure my bills are paid. If I can trust him like that, and it takes a great amount of trust, because I would have to work, because I'm not sure, this is kind of shaky, this is a new job for your job. You were just fired from the last one. I would have to keep my job because I couldn't trust it. But if it was a man that, showed me that, yeah, he's been at his job for years, he makes an income to be able to support our lifestyle, then I would feel trusting and relinquishing my job, because my job is also my security, which I provide for myself. So it takes a great amount of trust to, depend on a man to provide financially for you.
Right.
When you've always
Do you
done
think
that for
that's
yourself.
equivalent to what these dudes? Do you think that's equivalent to what these dudes is saying, that we're being raised to be independent? I'm an independent woman.
What they say it as if it were. And my thing is that if the woman were not raised and had to deal with, the sufficiencies or deficiencies of the man, we would be, I think, a lot worse off than what we. My thing is, if both parties don't stand, somebody has to stand. So why not teach both parties to stand and not kick the woman in the face because she's standing? She has to stand too. So we teach
Well,
her
what
to lay
women were
down and then expect the man to do. But when he runs into problem, as Black men do in this country, then where are we at then? You outside, butt with your butt out.
what women have been taught,
So I
like you
feel
said,
like,
you were taught that has evolved as well. Of course, before, mothers weren't teaching their daughters that. They were telling, their daughters, oh, look nice, be pretty, be able to sing, whatever you had to do, attract somebody at church so you can get you a good husband. As times progress and times change, then women were teaching their daughters different things. Hence the reason they were teaching us to be able to fend for yourself, because they saw the state of the men in our community and what they were being put through. So we couldn't expect to have a man all the time that would be able to take care of us. So, they did that for a reason. It's because they saw how things were going,
and you're
and
absolutely
they
correct,
had to adjust. They had to adjust what they taught their daughters to that. So that's what happened. It's not that women just decided, oh, we're going to become feminists and we just don't, You want to trust any man. That didn't happen. It just happened because of
Yeah,
our circumstances, and women, and they knew they had to
absolutely.
adapt what they were teaching their daughters.
And I actually saw it happen, you know, in the generation with my grandfather and my grandmother. My grandmother ran the household. You know, he had the first
Mm-hmm.
say and the last say, but everything in between, my grandmother had. You know, she decided she was the house manager, and she did that. Okay, my mother, you know, my father was he worked at a factory and he was the breadwinner. But then there was a
Mm-hmm.
shift. The factory closed. Oh damn, the factory closed. So my dad didn't have a job anymore. So we had to go to work. Therefore was born the idea, because I'm sure my mother learned from her mother, you find a man who's working and that can take care of you. So when you have kids, y'all can raise your family. And she found that in my dad, but factory closed. Like they closed so many factories and a lot of black men lost their jobs, good paying factory jobs. You know, the factory closed. So my mom had to work. And it was almost impossible for my dad to find work. So it led to a dilemma, you know, where, you know, my mother raised her girls. Okay, well, you make sure that you can work and take care of yourself, you know, so you don't have to depend. It's not that you don't need a man. I was never told that. And my talk like that, you know, but you have to be able to
Mm-hmm.
stand on your own 2 feet because you never know what can happen. And if she was, you know, didn't have any skills or, you know, and I think that's what it was, you know, she had to, you know, jump into the workforce. So basically, what's going to happen?
Exactly.
Well, black people are very versatile, and we learn to change with the times and whatever situation we're in. So it would make sense that whatever spiel they had for daughters, that had to adapt also. That had to change. So,
Yeah.
like you said, as times change, you know, as things change, even though she was taught something different, she's going to teach her daughter. She can't teach her daughter that when she went through a situation that didn't come out how she expected, and she didn't want you to go through that. So I mean,
Yeah.
that's understandable completely.
So with that being said, now we have been talking, you know, for this length of time. We've been talking, you know, about Brenda the homemaker, you know, with a person with her, you know, a partner, a husband, or you know, living boyfriend, fiance, whatever you want to. But what if Brenda the homemaker is a single woman who does not have a man in the home? Does not mean that the children do not have a father. It just means that Brenda has her own home. She's not with that man, you know, with the children. So therefore, how does that get split up? You know, because like I said, regardless if they live by themselves, the laundry has to be made, kids have to be picked up, you know, this, that, and the third, homework has to be helped with. So you got Brenda homemaker, who's, like I said, a single woman living in her own home with her 2 children, you know, how does that work?
Is she working?
Yes, Brenda's working.
Oh, she ain't a homemaker then.
No,
She
no,
Exactly.
lost that title when she was
unless
stepped into the
she's
workforce.
unless she's doing like my cousin
So,
is doing. She's working from home. You know, where her job is able, she can do her work at her house on the computer and stuff like that. That's the closest
No,
thing.
that still ain't Brenda homemaker. That's Brenda that got smart, that had to go out there and step in the workforce and found a way that she could kill two birds with one stone.
Mm.
She found a way. There's no way a woman can be a homemaker without the husband and him being financially stable to where she can be at home and not have to work. That's what makes her a homemaker. That's a job title. Being a homemaker is a full-time job.
Mm-hmm.
It's not possible to be a homemaker part-time. That is a full-time, 12-hour a day damn job. Longer than that, for real. Depending upon how young the children is. That could be a 24-hour round the clock damn job.
mm-hmm.
When you talking about infants and how infants mess up shit, you're doing laundry every day.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Love the little rascal. He's
and if
he's
you got multiple children, and if she's homeschooling, that's something totally different too. So I would think in a black family, those bullet points is still not going to work. Because if he's working a 9 to 5, by the time he get home, the children be home for 2 hours. Like we doing homework, dinner is on the table, stuff like that. Like he crazy. That's how Becky had to get up out of that. She knew that shit was crazy. How the hell you gonna make a 2-year-old sit down and shut the hell up because he coming through the door in 10 minutes? Okay, all right. I'm a mother and a wife,
That's
not
why
a
they invented
magician.
Ritalin.
Not a magician. Hmm.
Okay, Black Seed had talking to Poetic Kales, and he was saying that he understands, but when children come into the situation, men and women need to play their proper roles. The man has to be the provider, and the woman has to be the nurturer.
The woman is going to be the nurturer
Well,
anyway by nature. By nature. We're going to be the nurturer by nature. Okay? We're still the nurturer even when we have to go to work. Just the child gets less of it because we are gone for 8 to 10 hours a day.
exactly.
So the man has to be the provider. That doesn't come naturally in an unnatural situation. We live in an unnatural society. If we lived in a natural society where we didn't depend on paper in order to provide our essential needs, we're talking about a whole different story. But in this unnatural society where you have to be away from your family, because really in a natural society, then a man would be there too. The man wouldn't be away from the home either, because we would be growing our own foods. We would be self-sustainable. But because he has to go out and provide, which is getting this paper, this dollar, okay, puts him in an unnatural situation. So we got to really understand what we're talking about when we're talking about this family dynamic and how things are working. We're trying to figure out ways how to make this work and hold this family unit together in an unnatural world, in an unnatural society. What we're doing right now in order to survive is not nature. So, when we talk about bending and breaking rules, we're bending and breaking a whole lot. The man has to provide. He got to go get a job. He got to create some type of business. Yes, that takes a lot out of him. He got to go out and deal with Brad. He got to go and deal with Brad. That's a lot. And we need to be in support of him as the black woman. Yes. But when the black man is unable to provide sufficiently, and we're not saying it's his fault, if the best he can do is the general manager at McDonald's and bring home $30,000 to $40,000 a year, then we got to work within that. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna bow down and kiss your feet when you come home because you're the one working. Look, I'm still stressed out. I'm not able to rest in my femininity because I'm worried that this $40,000 that you bringing in, gross, not net, gross, okay? It's not enough, boo. I'm stressed out. I'm worried. The children need shit. So what are we really talking about here? The black man, they seem to don't want to have that conversation about creating opportunity for them so they can provide the home that they want so the black woman can be in her position. If we're talking about roles, everybody's roles can get discussed. But our roles, our position, and what we do and how we behave, I'm not going to say solely depends on the black man. That's not fair. But I mean, if they're going to be the leaders, if they're supposed to be the providers and the protectors, and if they're not doing it, I mean, what do they expect us to do?
Yeah. That's a good question. And see, that's why I threw in that, component of the single mother, because, you know, some men think that it's just okay and this is enough that they pay their child support. When we all know what it takes and what it involves to, you have this woman who's already working, she also has her own household. On top of that, she has to manage and run that household. Okay. So when it comes to money, let's say money's not the issue because, gives the child support that has been required of him, and he sees the kids, every other weekend. So with everything that it takes that involves taking care of a child, do you feel like, he's done what he, could do and that's it? He doesn't need to do any more, you know? What do you
No, he
think?
need to do more. He need to come get these kids so I can rest. Shit, come get them. See, it's different when the man is living in the home and he's outside the home.
Yeah.
It's a whole different dynamic because, like you said, that laundry got to get done, homework. Man, helping 3 children with homework that are in different grade levels is extremely difficult, especially if you have a child that's on the IEP. All people don't learn the same. Remember, you
Mm-hmm.
have children, but they're individuals. They're individuals, and each of them learn differently. So, helping them with their homework, this new math that they have. I don't know nobody in their 30s and 40s and 50s right now that understand this dumbass math that they got. You know, that's a strain. Going to the school meetings, parent teacher conference, getting the phone calls and stuff when they calling about your child because they did something in school, that they didn't like or whatever. Like that's a lot of stress right there. So if
Exactly.
I have to work, when do I get to rest? When do
Yeah.
I get to
So
be
it makes it
feminine?
hard.
The, so I'm not smiling every day, black man, because this is the shit I'm having to deal with. Sorry you don't get me walking down the street smiling like Becky do. Okay? Becky ain't worried about nothing. Brenda is. Brenda got a lot to worry about. And when you see her and you open the door for her and she don't necessarily smile or say thank you, she might got some heavy shit on her mind. We have to remember as black people, we need to remember who we are in this situation and the shit that we got to deal with. I think we forget about that. I think we get caught up in this quote unquote post-racial society after civil rights and we all integrated and stuff. We still got the same issues. We gotta stop being mad at each other and putting all this shit on each other, man. Start working with each other. We know what it is.
Well, to be honest, I think that, if it were to a point where, if the father's not in the home, that, him and the mother split, 50-50 custody of the children, And the only reason why I say that is because then it doesn't become about the money. Because if the child is parents, they live close enough for that to be possible. The child is close enough to be split between two parents, and that means they're both doing that homework thing and getting them up in the morning, sending them off to school, making sure they have breakfast and, doing all of that. So there's no question as to, oh, I need child support for this. You're not paying your child support. No, you're putting in your time. And I'm sure when the kid is with you, you're going to feed the kid. You guys are not sleeping outside, so you have a place to stay. I already know this, as a parent. What do you guys think about that when it comes to, the custody? Do you just think it just should automatically be given to the mother, or should they just work it out? If the father is in a stable place, that they should just start going for the 50-50 custody. That
I think they should work
way
it out.
nobody is paying care of the kid.
I think they should work it out. If both parents are working, if both parents have a place to live that's suitable for the children, I think they should work out some type of schedule. They should wear one. If they sleep at one parent's house, wherever they sleep at, That's where the physical custody is. But if they sharing physical custody, that's something they're gonna have to be an adult and work it out. Somebody is getting them up in the morning, sending them off. The other one's picking them up. This one got the weekend time. I don't really know that visitation is stupid. Like they got to work with each other's work schedules, and if somebody can change a shift so it can work to get, they live closer together. Like it could be worked out. It could be worked out for the benefit of the child. And they can argue and fight in their own private time. But I think the children should be put first, and they should work it out for the benefit of the children. I don't think sole custody should go to one or the other unless one parent deems to be unfit. Now, if you're talking about an unfit parent, that's something else. But if they ain't crazy, they for whatever reason can't make the relationship work anymore, and they can't live together anymore, then that's what it is. But for real, I'm gangster, man. Like, let's say the dude cheated, right? Oh, you cheated. Oh, I don't want to be with you anymore because you cheated or she cheated or whatever. Why do y'all necessarily got to separate out of the household? Could it work to where you still have the household together, and when you deal with whoever you dealing with, you just deal with them outside the house? I mean, at the end of the day, it's about the children. Once you have children, whatever is going on with the adults, in my opinion, is irrelevant. Because the children are here now. But, people don't know how to be adults, and it's hard to put your emotions to the side too. So,
Well,
You
that
know
does
what,
take.
though?
Mm-hmm.
I was just thinking about just talking about that automatic 50-50 custody, unless, one parent was unfit. Do you know how much we'll still have the same amount of bitching if that was the case? Because a lot of these fools do not want no complete 50-50 custody. They just want to pay that child support, but they don't want to pay that much.
right.
They
Like
don't
my
want to
kids.
actually be in the child's life that 50% of the time.
Right. Like my
So, I
case.
mean, it's just something to complain about, so you basically want no responsibility. So,
Well, yeah,
yeah.
that's what he told me. He didn't want to pay his child support because he didn't want to put no money directly in my hand. That's why he don't pay his child support, because he would rather just buy the clothes and all that stuff. And I'm looking at him like, nigga, they don't need clothes. I already bought their clothes. So either
Here the
way, you still
PG&E
have to put
bill.
money in
All
my
the thing
hand to
is,
reimburse me.
well, tell them, give them a bill. Here, pay this PG&E bill, because the kids do partake of PG&E. It's like, goodness gracious, that just I don't want to give her the money in her. That's just so crazy.
Well, come and get them, spend whatever time you have with them, the weekend, every other weekend or whatever, or part-time, take them out, buy them stuff, spend the stuff directly on them. But are they doing that though?
Well,
Are
see,
a
this
lot
is
of
the
them
thing.
doing that?
Well, this is what they forget too, because see, a lot of them will say, "Oh, well, I ain't gonna help her pay her rent. I'm not gonna help her pay no utility bills and stuff like that because she will have to pay for that stuff anyway." And they're correct, but guess what? If it's just me, I'm gonna get a 1 bedroom, because of the children, I have to get a 2 or 3 or 4 bedroom. Okay? See, they ain't think about that either. The children use water and electricity that I'm not using.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, that stuff needs to be paid for. Okay, so you take that and you split that in half. See, they don't want to pay that because they feel like they doing something for the mother, because the vitriol is with the mother.
Right.
So if the money that they provide is going to benefit the mother in any kind of way, they don't want to pay it. They don't want to do it. Well, sorry guys, unless you're going to take on full custody and uh do it the other way around. Well, she has the visitation. I mean, it's, man, just stop having babies with bitches that you don't want to deal with for the rest of your life, man. That's what I say. And the same thing with the women.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that goes back to what we was talking about before. Being responsible with your body. you know.
Right.
But that child support gotta be paid, bruh. Made them babies, you know. Get you a lawyer. That's why they have family lawyers. They have lawyers. It's sad that, you know, people have to go through that, but people that were in marriages go through that. So it's not just the whole boyfriend girlfriend dynamic. You got people that were in marriages that go through that.
Don't get
That's why
along
they changed the passport laws. Yeah, that's why they changed the passport laws, because when my mom sent me to Italy, uh when I was in high school, she did not need my dad's permission to give me a passport. Now you have to have permission from the other parent in order to get your child a passport. Why? Because of Becky and Brad's fiascos and them being rich, and they're able to just take the children and run away to France some goddamn where. So they changed the passport laws.
Well, BJ Shelby has a question. If the father has the more stable situation, should the mother give the children to the father? Yeah.
Well,
I
if
mean,
he's a good father
a
too.
stable environment. Yeah, I mean, if he's more stable,
Yeah, if
then
he's
I
a
mean,
good father, why not?
yeah, absolutely. I don't see a problem with that, you know. But if both parents are stable and they both have, you know, decent places to stay, you know, and they live close enough to where, you know, the kids didn't have to, you know, mess up their school time and, you know, it just wasn't crazy for them, then I agree with that. That should
Mhm.
definitely, you know, be a thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I will be looking at work schedule. Whose work schedule is better to who's able, based on their work schedule, to be able to take the children to school, make sure they get to school and pick them up. And we're looking at work schedule. Okay, well, I have to be at work at 3 a.m. You have to be at work at 10. Okay, so then the children need to sleep at your house during the school year because you're able to take them to school. But because of my work schedule, because I go in at 3 a.m. and I get off at, 11 in the morning, I can pick them up. That shit got to be worked out. It could be worked out. So, who has the better school district? If you're doing public school, who has the better school district? You know what I'm saying? Okay, the children are with me for the school year. They'll be with you on during the summer. You know, I mean, the shit can be worked out. If you have children that say, hey, you got half the children that want to be with dad and the other half want to be with mom, work that shit out. It's in the best interest of the children. What do the children want? I wonder if any of these parents actually ask the children, what do they want?
Mm-hmm.
Who do they want to live with? Because I think a lot of the child psychology too is that they get tossed around by the parents and nobody's asking them what they want, especially when you're dealing with older children.
Mm-hmm.
If you're dealing with the infants, if you're dealing with a child that's 5 and under, I think they need to be with the mom.
Be with the mother, yeah. Especially if the mom is stable. I mean, but if she's not, ball of
If she's
wax. But
not,
yeah, you're right.
then
The small children,
yep.
they do need to be with mom. I agree with that. I do.
And after that, school age, after that, work it out.
I mean, it would be great to see, but I would like to know where is all these men that want full custody of their kids.
Right. I told y'all what
I
mine
need to know
said.
where that's at.
Because that's the first thing he told the judge. I can't have physical custody. I can't provide. The judge asked him, "Are you paying your child support?" Well, he ain't say yes or no. He had a bunch of excuses. Oh, I gotta pay rent and I gotta do this. And the judge looked at him. Well, I'm sure that she has to do those things too. That's not what I asked you. Are you paying your child support?
And I'm sure that's happened over, a lot in probably the majority of cases, in the area of divorce or, even unmarried people. So that's probably why the laws were like that. I mean, they just assumed that, the mother would just be taking the kids. I mean, not that it's right or anything, but that's just how it happened. The mother just took responsibility.
Well, I would tell y'all, this is my first time like having to go through all this. When my daughter's father and I separated, we didn't have an issue. We didn't have issues. Like, okay, We doing this thing 50-50, we co-parenting, boom, done. This one I'm getting dragged through the court. So I'm not I'm looking at the judge, and of course he's a pale male, and he's not being biased to me or whatsoever. He's not, he wants to hear both sides. And he's trying to get the father to calm down, like, calm down. He said, I'm pretty sure you want. The judge even tried to give him visitation that very day. So am I lucky that I got a pale male that's being fair, or is he lucky that he's got a pale male judge that's being fair? Or are these judges really railroading these dudes in the court? How are these dudes behaving in court? What are they saying? Are they telling the judge that, look, this is how much I make, here go my tax returns, this is what I do every day, I have time to see my child? I'm just finding it unrealistic that these judges are just hating all these men and saying, no, we're giving it to the mother.
Oh, they
I'm
probably
finding
do
that kind of hard to believe.
They probably do the same thing they do on Maury's show and stuff. I don't even know if that baby mine. And the judge like, oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably what they do, go in there with stuff like that. And then they're like, oh, he's making excuses. So, there we go.
Because at the end of the day, the state does not want to have to provide for that child. The state does not want to give food stamps and Medicaid to niggas.
Nope.
So why would they give the children to the person that's going to depend on the state? Wouldn't it make sense to give the children to the parent where the state doesn't have to provide for it? And if that's the father, if the father can show that he's able to provide, he's able to take the child to the school back and forth and stuff like that. I'm just finding it hard to believe. I want to know what these dudes are doing when they go to court. Because see, this is the thing. The mother can put the man on child support without having to go to court. All she got to do is go down to Department of Child Support Enforcement and say, hey, this the daddy, we're not together, I need child support. If she knows where he works and stuff like that, it's no court or judge involved. They're going to open a case. They're going to send him a letter saying, hey, this person came down here and said y'all got a child together, you need to holler at us. If not, we're going to start garnishing your wages for this shit. There's no DNA test. There's no nothing. So no, is that fair? No. That's something that the men got to fight, right? But if you're talking about custody of your child, you got to go before a judge. And I really find it hard to believe if the man is not going in there acting like a donkey, if the woman is truly that of a ratchet hoe, I don't think the judge is going to give the child to the mother. The judge is going to give the child to the parent that can take care of that child and don't got to have food stamps.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't think these dudes telling all the whole story, man.
No, they're not. I don't think so either.
I've heard from other guys who, have said, just based on their experience, no, most of the dudes they know don't want custody of their children, and if they could get away with not paying, the little amount of child support as possible, because a lot of times it's with these so-called, casual relationships, a lot of times, which I don't even think that should be a factor. You shouldn't, have these kids in these casual relationships, but just because it's a casual relationship doesn't mean the child doesn't matter because you don't like her. I don't like her, so I don't care about the kid. I mean, that's not correct. Not at all. All right, ladies, we are moving along. So this brings us into our next topic. How to tell if your man is on the down low.
Oh shit.
Okay. We're gonna get into that. I mean, there are some, surefire ways that apparently you should be able to tell, if your man is on the down low. You know, everybody, the most notorious story, McMillan, she, you know, the movie was based off of her. Her story was based off of how Stella got her groove back. She was 40 years old and, you know, went on a vacation. She met a 20-year-old man, love affair ensued. They got married. She brought him back to the States. And lo and behold, she found out he was gay. You know?
Oh, shit.
So that was quite a shock because everybody loved that movie. And it was just like, oh my God, you know, she was 40, he was 20. She's 20 years older than him. You know, she was about the same age as his mom. If not, probably she might have been older. So, you know, of course.
Is that what happened in the movie? I forgot.
Yes.
I forgot.
Yes.
Angela Bassett played that role. Was her husband the one that, which one was the one that was? She played that
Angela
role,
Bassett,
right?
yeah, she played that role. But the woman who wrote the book is the actual woman who that happened to, which was
he was gay.
Oh, that was a true story?
Yeah, it was a true. It was based on a true
shit.
story.
Oh.
It definitely was.
Because in the movie, he didn't turn out to be gay.
I'm confused. Yeah, he won't gay in the movie.
No.
The story that happened in the news was part 2. We only got the happily ever after in the movie. And then after the movie had aired and had gone on to, you know, DVD, then the story, you know, came out that, oh, he was gay. So it didn't all a breaking story. So it was a shocker when it came out. It was a big shocker. Okay. So these are, you know, basic, you know, I guess signs that will tell you, you know, if your man is gay. I have 10 things to go through. I'm going to read and we'll go through each one and break it down as you ladies see fit. Number 1.
Okay.
He spends more time with his boys than you. If your guy spends more time with his boy or in one particular that you have yet to meet, there's a reason for this. Don't get suckered into the idea that your man is just playing Madden for hours at a time. He's playing football, all right, the touching kind. That's a little slot, a little situation. I mean, that's just one sign. I mean, I don't think it's surefire, but that's something to think about. You know, even in my relationship, you know, I had, you know, my husbands, but they didn't spend an overwhelming amount of time together. You know, that he wasn't always with them. It wasn't always, oh, I gotta hang with my boys. It was never that. I mean, he saw them, you know, as he saw fit. It just wasn't so. I don't know.
Yeah, I used to try to set up dates, play dates for men between my husband and other guys so he could get out of the house. And this fool would come back early. I'm like, damn. He'll never stay gone.
Be like, what, y'all get into a fight? Did y'all get along? Did you have fun?
Oh, wow.
Okay, number 2. His style suddenly. If your guy was once dressed with some urban flair and went for rocking the Timbs in the summer to designer flip-flops and polos, then you should try and schedule a lunch date with him and his boy that he's playing poker with. So I don't think I've ever had a man do that. He switched from, you know, his regular gear to, you know, flamboyant flip-flops. But
eyebrows on fleek.
No. Eyebrows on fleek.
His eyebrows look better than yours.
Oh no.
Okay. I haven't had that either.
I haven't had that.
That's devastating. See that? Not at all. Okay, where's the next one at? Number 3. He's extremely homophobic. If your man has an extreme dislike gay men or your gay friends, so much so that he can't stand to be around them, then he's got something to hide and he's terrified of being exposed by the gaydar.
I don't know about that because I don't fuck with them niggas and I drag them. I have be like, oh, look at that nigga, da 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 da. But you know what? I told y'all that story, and he used to sit right there and drag them dudes with me. So
Mm,
I don't know, because I think a straight man just wouldn't involve himself in that conversation at all. He would
right.
just be like, all right, whatever, like, man, like, I don't want to see that shit. I don't want to see it. I don't want to talk about it. Like, I don't care. Like, he not gonna care. He's not gonna
Hmm.
talk about it. But yeah, that makes sense. If he sit there and drag these dudes with you, yeah. Look at that nigga. Look how he walk. Oh yeah.
Like, why is you looking at how he walk?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What's going What's going on? Okay, number 4. He has lost his sexual appetite. If your man is no longer pushing up on your booty in the bed, suddenly lost his good stroke or lacks the morning wood, lost his sexual desire for you or for women altogether, this is a red flag.
Wow.
Yeah, that's definitely a red flag. If
Yeah.
it, if it, if it, yeah, if he don't
And
get
I'm
up on
going to
no
tell
more, like,
you.
huh?
Now, when spoke about her situation, now when her and her husband got together, she said the sex play between them was just awesome. It was wonderful. It was great. It was exciting. It was everything hot that you could possibly think of. Stopped.
So what she saying? He turned gay during the relationship, or was
She
he
read my
always gay?
mind.
Well,
I was just thinking the
what
same.
it could be, and what it was said to be is that basically get his green card and basically get to the States. I mean, that was what it was rumored, and she, was an author, that wrote books and screenplays and stuff, and she did well for herself. So she was already an accomplished, and he's 20. At 20, I mean, how accomplished can you be at 20? So, he married her and, already knowing that he was gay is what the whole story is. Basically, he already knew he was gay and just kind of just you know. But she said the sex
She
was
was
Well,
a
hot
he
and
90
must.
then
day
all of
fiance.
huh?
Well, he
She
must
was a
be.
90
He
day
must be one of
fiance.
them bisexual dudes then, because I don't think them
Mm-hmm.
gay dudes even can even get aroused if it's if they straight up gay.
Yep.
So I
Yep.
mean, I don't know if it makes a difference, but that's probably how he fooled her. He probably liked both.
You
Yep.
never know. That's true, and that's very true. That's very true.
I think
Yeah.
I think you would be
Because
able to tell if
they
if
did
like,
separate.
go ahead, Vonda.
No, I was just gonna say at the end of the day, they had this chemistry, but his chemistry for men was stronger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Could
They
be.
could no longer be in a relationship. When she found out, and I mean, he didn't deny it, or at some point he had to admit, yes, I am gay. And so it's like, okay, well, what the hell? You couldn't tell me this before. And I think he was saying, oh, I wasn't sure. He was 20 years old. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Yeah.
he wasn't
She
sure
was
that he
wrong for
was.
that anyway.
I
Yeah.
think I think I think if they was doing it, missionary or whatever, and he was all soft or whatever, but then when she turned it over to doggy style, and he got excited, you know, you gotta look for stuff like that, man. Like if he always trying to do some old extra freaky shit, like some old weirdo, stuff with the back door and shit, like. Nigga, why you keep asking me about the back door, nigga? Like,
Yeah,
no.
I think that's suspect. That really is.
Yeah, like, nah. Any dude that say anything about some backdoor shit, I'm looking at you side eye. Man,
Okay. Well,
nowadays, if you got an earring, I'm looking at you weird.
yeah, you just
Sorry.
you just wouldn't
Take
know.
the piercing out.
Okay. So that brings us to
Mm.
number 5. He spent an extended amount of time in dudes who have spent time in prison have seen some gay activity go down or were victims of the drop soap nightmare. If your man is
Yep.
anxiously anticipated the release of his cellmate and gets ghosted after he special note, be wary of jailbirds,
Oh, shit.
jail boys with cornrows. What lab did he have to rest his head on to get them joints platted? Ooh, okay, that makes sense. If he
That's
in
true.
jail,
That's
with
true.
his hair. And we done all
If he
planted some
spend more
head.
than
How you
5 years in prison,
Yeah.
yep, yep. If he spend more than 5 years in prison, something happened. I think they can hold out for about 5 years. But when they start doing that 10, 15, 20-year bid, and like she said, you got corn rolls. I don't care if he get out of
Left
prison,
is
he
you
got a
sitting
low
in
cut.
between.
Man, somebody doing something, man. Somebody doing something. I don't trust it. And I'm sure there are men that can hold on to their masculinity and stuff until they get out. I'm sure there are. But from what I've seen,
Yeah, I
nah.
don't. I don't see how they could go like 20 years too without. Yeah,
Mm-mm.
you're gonna be doing something.
You putting that blanket up on that cell, or at night somebody slide and see that's probably where all this. Oh, if a man give you head, you ain't gay. That's where that shit coming from. I'm telling
Oh,
you. I'm telling you. I
Yeah,
ain't
that's the
doing it.
sex
I ain't
word.
doing it.
For
He
real.
doing it to me. Nah, nigga.
that's
No, nigga.
wow.
Okay,
It's
number
sad,
6.
but I agree.
Number 6. He wants to engage in a threesome with another guy. Red flag.
What?
Threesome with you
Yeah,
and another
no.
Oh
guy.
yeah.
This is bad. No straight man wants to see his girl getting down with another guy. If your dude has
If
had a
he's
threesome in
ran
the
a
past
train.
with his boys and a jump off, that's too many testicles in a sex. This
Mhm.
commentary is funny.
If he's ran a train, if he's ran a train on a female, I think it's suspect. I told y'all about that porno I accidentally clicked on. Okay, and it was about 20 niggas, about 20 niggas in the room, and one female. Come on, man, that's too many peas in a room.
There's only so much she can do at once.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Butt niggas sitting up there waiting their turn. That ain't cute.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Nigga,
even feel
all you
comfortable
minutes
in
is
that
up with your.
situation. Cause
Nah,
I would I'd be worried about whether they're gonna be touching each other. Ugh, no, that's gross. If you it's over with. It wouldn't even happen. I'd be like, bye. If I see them
I'm
touch
not
with
a
each
dude.
other,
I'm not
man,
a dude, but I can't imagine a straight man wanting to be in a room with another man and you hard and he hard, even though it's a female in there, y'all, man, I'm not even a dude and I'm uncomfortable with it. So it's
right? That's
like,
what I would do.
Yeah,
I
it's like,
wouldn't even want to be
nah.
in the room with another female. So I mean, I don't
Um,
know.
Maybe that's why they get squeamish when I say I want 5 husbands at the same time. I'm not talking about do them all at the same time, but
When one tap
they
out, then
ain't
the other
want to
one
make.
jump in.
no, they each get their day. No, they each get their day. You
I mean, you
put
looking at another dude joint. It's like
I
right
know.
there. Like, nah, nah. I'm not even a man, and I'm like, nah,
yeah.
nah.
Mhm.
And y'all both swimming in the same pond. I mean, it's like, with no
Yeah, I wish
swimsuit
they
on.
would think about that when they imagine the three-way with two women and one man. It's like, there's only one penis between us. I don't share. Somebody's gonna be left out in the cold, and it ain't gonna be me.
Yeah.
Okay, he picks out your clothes. If your dude picks out your clothes for you and is piecing together parts of your wardrobe that you never thought would go together, but somehow his ensemble turns out fierce, you got a fairy on your hands.
Yeah, he doing too much right there. He doing too much. Yeah. Yeah.
The only way he can get away with that is if he be like, nah, poop, nah, boo, put them jeans on that make your booty go pop. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if he telling me to put on something because he
He
like it
likes it.
and he like the way I look in it, that's something different. But if he's like, nah, "No, girl, you should wear them earrings with that because you got the color in that, and then put that lipstick on with it." Then I might be like, "How you know, nigga?"
No,
Yeah, you gotta wait a
exactly.
minute. You get too specific. That's a little bit too specific.
Looking at him sideways.
Now this one was kind of weird. Number 8. He's some cases this is okay. Plenty of women have found a set of her panties at her man's place without knowing that he took them. In most cases, this is healthy. But if your man is stealing your thongs and panties in excess of a ew.
Mm,
Oh,
mm.
he could have them. Don't bring them back.
Like that reverse challenge they did. Like that reverse challenge they did when they was switching each other clothes and shit.
Keep them.
All them dudes was suspect to me. They exposed themselves in that because, like, I get it. It was cute to do something funny, but nigga, no.
Not her undies.
You know, they putting on the shoes and oh no. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I don't even like it when dudes do the skits and dress up like women and do the little skits, like the whole Medea thing. Like to me, I think that's weird. Like, what was Jamie Foxx played that chick and Martin Lawrence played that chick in their little skits. It was funny and shit. And on In Living
Mhm.
Color, it was funny. But when you think about it though, nigga, y'all played them roles kind of too good, especially Damon Wayans and the two snaps up and the twisting the wrist and
I think it would have been
oh
worse though if they actually looked like RuPaul and did the makeup up good. But I mean, you could tell it was like it wasn't supposed to look decent.
yeah, because Martin you could
Yeah,
tell he was just
he
like
had
with
the
a
mustache
costume
and
or something.
everything for Mama
Oh yeah,
Payne
Yeah,
and
he was way
Shanae.
extra.
Shanae, I ain't
Damn,
gonna lie, Shanae funny as hell.
That
oh
shit
my
that was
god.
funny to me.
I don't know. I might give Martin and Jamie Foxx a pass on that shit, man. I might, man. And Tyler
Yeah,
Perry, because I don't know, man. Them characters is funny as hell. It's not like they was dressing like you said RuPaul and
yeah.
actually
If they
in
did
the
it up good, then I'd be like, oh yeah, he look a little too good for this to be just for show, just for to play a part. So
Yeah, he
yeah,
was too convincing in that part. Too
right.
mm-hmm.
convincing. Okay, number 9. He has overly feminine gestures. If your guy rolls his neck, sucks his teeth, folds his arm, and stumps away when he gets mad, he's more than
I was
hands
getting
to his
ready to say
mouth.
a name. I was
If he throws his hand to his mouth and rolls his eyes back when he gets excited, or walks with more of a switch than you do, he's a certified. I
Mm.
ain't gonna even
oh yeah,
say what you knew
that's
this already, but
obvious.
just
That's yeah. I'm mad. One YouTuber name came to my mind. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say his name. Uh,
shut.
but yeah, he come to mind and how he talk in his videos and how he smacks his lips and his little how he keep rubbing the back of his neck like he got a quick weave on. You know what I'm saying? You know how we do when we rub our kitchen, girls. Y'all know how when we talk and we pat our kitchen, we rub the back of our necks like, and then your left hand be thrown up and you just keep clapping the left hand when you talk. You know how you do your hand like, yeah, girl, yeah, girl. Like yeah, I agree with
Yeah,
that.
I don't know a man that's like that. That's not even
I don't know him
attractive.
either. No.
Making those gestures. Not any man that I've been with.
Yeah, I
That would be
haven't
very sus.
seen anything like that.
Yeah.
Okay, number 10.
I mean,
He
those are
spends
like obvious things, though.
Yeah.
To me,
Well, number 10, it says he spends more
Yeah.
time getting ready than you do. I would think that all
Mm-hmm.
of these things
mm,
are one singly, maybe is not enough. But if he, out of the 10 things, if he like 7 of them strong, you might want to rethink some things, and I guess it would depend on what the 7
right.
things were. You know, that that might be a bit hard to deal with.
Ishka Pandley says, "Woman, run." That's right, girl. Run, girl. Run faster than the emoji. Run.
Yeah, but
I
if
don't
he's
know.
able to
Is
chase you
that what she
down in
meant?
your own
I
high
was trying to figure
heels
it out.
and beat you to the location, that's a no
Belle, you funny. I'm assuming that meant she meant to type run.
Well, I don't know.
Run, save yourself, girl.
We'll just leave it at that. We'll say that's what it meant.
Oh, the Rock
Ooh.
had on that pouch. What was that? He was the Tooth Fairy. Was it the Tooth Fairy?
Now,
Yeah. What do y'all think about the Rock when he played the Tooth Fairy? And then notice when they had the Cable guy play the Tooth Fairy, he was masculine. He had on pink overalls. He had on pink Tims. He had on a pink fishing hat. He still had on masculine clothes. They were just pink. But when the Rock played the Tooth Fairy, they had that nigga in a tutu, tights, ballerina slippers and everything. Like, you know,
Wait
what
a
was up
minute.
with that?
Wasn't it a brief thing? They had him like that.
Yeah,
I
Hmm.
don't know.
might be something behind that. Who knows?
Oh, you
Who
know what it
knows?
is. The
Because
Rock
I
ain't
mean,
black, but
Close enough, huh?
Mm-mm,
He ain't white either.
mm-mm.
It's some more than black.
What'd you say, Vonda?
what they call other.
Other.
Hmm.
Okay, The Rock is other.
Mm.
Okay, so okay, we've been talking about how to tell if your man's on the down low. Okay, so there was a little story that leaked out, and maybe you may have heard about it. This is going to be a little bonus topic, but men on the down low. Did you all hear about Orlando Brown speaking about having relations of some sort of or oral sex with Nick Cannon?
What?
What?
Anybody hear about
Yeah.
No, I ain't hear that. But them niggas gay. Them niggas gay. You
Oh,
gay. Get dudes can't come back from that. They, once you do some shit like that, you done, bro.
Yeah, you there.
Mm, you done, bro. I ain't hear about that girl. Spill the tea.
Well, I mean, that's just what it was. I mean, he said that he he gave fellatio to Nick Cannon.
Mm.
And that's
uh,
I think it's a little crazy. I mean, we've all heard about Hollywood, and they not shy about mixing and getting down like that, and one degree away from weirdness when it comes to all of this mess. But
So where did he say this on? Did he say it on like a TMZ or something? Did they catch him? I mean, because who's the person interviewing him? Don't they ask questions? I'll be like, why? I'll be trying to
they
find out some
was
information. Like, why? Well, I
was he
mean,
high or drunk when he confessed to
yeah,
this?
what happened? I mean,
well, they said that
I
it was
Say
a
don't
he
know.
was
I
clip.
mean, I guess it
they
don't
say he was
matter, but
the catcher and not
It
the
says the
pitcher.
clip was
Oh my
posted on the
goodness.
Shade Room, and in the clip, Orlando Brown smiles as he walks through a large store and claimed repeatedly that he let Nick perform oral sex on him. Oh, okay, Nick performed it on
on
him apparently.
him.
Oh.
Ugh.
And he says he liked it and it was okay. So I'm
Oh
just like, oh,
wow.
okay. But if you listened or heard about
Man,
Orlando
I would
Brown,
broke up him and Mariah.
in the 10 years, he's come out with a lot of weird stories and weird behavior and things like that. But he was a childhood star. He
Yeah.
been in Hollywood since he was a kid. A major pain. He was a little kid, like 7 years
Mm-hmm.
old.
Hmm.
So who knows? But that's kind of So Nick denied it, and he denied it and just said, "Oh, he laughed, just thought it was hilarious, and then he went on to say, oh, Orlando, is I'm a fan of his past work. He was brilliant in Major Pain. To give him a compliment rather than to tear him down." He's like, he doesn't even know him personally, and he said he's praying for him. So he basically just brushed it off and just said, "I'm praying for him." I don't know what he's talking about, but great when he was, a little boy in Major Pain. So he just kind of blew it off.
Okay.
That's the way you
Yeah, I
do
don't know. I
anything
think a
else.
real black man would have beat his ass.
Right? If it wasn't true.
Yeah. Like, nigga, I'm gonna beat your ass, nigga, when I see you, nigga.
Yeah.
Well,
And the
just like
moral
Magic
of
Woman
this
said,
story
that's
is
Holly weird. That's Holly weird. It is very Holly weird, and they do want to make black men look foolish.
Mm-hmm.
And if you notice, there's always these stories that come out, and they're mostly about black men. Every time you turn around, oh, I think transgenders are great, or if you let a man give you fellatio, it's okay. You're hearing these from blacks coming out with these public stories, or they're fluid. It's like, okay, what
yeah,
is
it's
all of this?
embarrassing.
I think
Yeah,
Sissy Bim need to be fighting that narrative instead of fighting single black mothers and what the fuck black women doing in the community. Fight for your damn image, nigga.
Hmm.
That's what's
Yeah.
being torn down, your image.
Not to mention when you say save yourself from black women, that makes you fall in line with that image.
Yep,
Who else
yep,
is?
yep, yep. Okay, so now all Sissy Bim is agents. Ha! Love that word. They agents of white supremacy because y'all sitting up here talking about us and you saving yourself from us, but you gonna go get these other races of women. Nigga, y'all niggas sound gay. Oh, especially the MGTOW nigga, MGTOW, Red Pill, all of them. All of them. You sound gay. You can't reproduce yourself without us. You
No,
reproduce yourself with another race of woman, you're not producing yourself. You're producing something else.
Other.
And that's exactly their objective.
And there's no other group of men talking shit about their women. See, the white man don't have to sit around and talk about Becky, okay? Becky's gonna do what she's gonna fall in line. She had her little feminist thing and then she's doing a little Me Too. But guess what? Did that change anything? Did that change the dynamic of what the white man has set up? He has created a society that everyone falls in line into. Did that change that? No. I think we still have a pale male as president.
Hmm.
So that's
yep.
what power looks like.
Well, I do think a lot of
Yeah,
these
because they
stories
didn't.
they're designed to make, black men look bad. I just think we need to really, truly be careful of celebrities. Celebrities are part of an organization that, it's understood there's a whole lot of weird stuff and, unnatural stuff that goes on, in Holly weird,
Yeah.
so for, so much merit on these people when they have these completely manufactured lives that were created. They don't even really live these lives, but this is the story that has to be presented because they are,
Mhm.
promoting the brand,
I was gonna say that too. What if these niggas
So
is lying, like Tank? What if he lying just to get that money from the alphabet community?
Uh-huh.
He could be
Um,
lying.
I just think if you getting famous in Hollywood, you go to Hollywood, you just gotta know how to suck a dick. I mean, that's just what it is. That's just what it
Oh.
is now. You just gotta know. You gotta get it
Like,
on point. Get that suck game on point.
Mhm.
yep.
And they
Like,
just
We had to do it.
they just all do it. That's what I'm
Yep.
thinking now.
Yep.
It's part
That's
of
what
the
it looked like.
program.
Yeah, the woman, the thing where the woman, screws her way to the top.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're forcing black men to screw their way to the top.
Yep.
Except you ain't screwing women.
Right.
You screw on the same one that the black woman had to screw, which is the pale male.
Yep.
Right
It's
again.
sad, and they look weak, and they make us look weak, and we're
Apparently, they feel
vulnerable.
like it's worth it.
Yeah,
Well, you know,
and
you sell out
eventually,
for the dollar.
sucking dick is a starting point, and then it's gonna move on to bend over and take it.
Mm, literally and metaphorically.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Mm,
Yeah.
because even when we talk about this said job that the black man would have to provide this financially stable household so Brenda can be a homemaker, who is signing his checks?
The white man.
Right.
He ain't signing his own check. So there's some level of bending over.
Right. You know,
Yeah.
and at some point they know who they're working for, so it's understood. This is what we need for you to say. Now, we're not forcing you. You have to voluntarily do this, but you know that there's going to be some consequences if you don't do this.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's pretty much
Meaning
understood.
you
And
won't be getting any work in this. They're like, you won't be
exactly.
getting. You don't suck a dick. You won't be getting no work in this town.
You think you're
Mm-hmm.
unknown now.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you
No,
know it's
that's
bad
crazy.
when the agent that's supposed to work for you could call for you to do that to him. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm not supposed to be sucking yours. You
Be
I
like,
working for
mean,
me? You're supposed to be sucking mine.
well,
be
look
like,
at
I
the
got you a good
athlete.
role. I've got you a good role. All you need to do is put these knee pads on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But look at the athlete. Look at what the athlete has to go through. He got to get, looked at. They look at him all naked, look at his body, his weight, and make sure he's this and that. And he's got to have all these attributes and all that stuff outside of his talent, which can we call it talent? Because any black man that has African DNA, if he's in shape and he takes care of his body, he's an athlete by nature. Naturally, he's capable of doing these things. But what they put them through in order to get this money, outside of entertainment business, because to me, sports is still entertainment. You got
Mhm.
grown ass men playing children games for millions of fucking dollars. And it's real funny style how all the high paying jobs for the black man is some servitude shit. Some shit where you got to do something and shuck and jive and do that tap dance for somebody else in order to make that money. And niggas want to keep talking about STEM, STEM, STEM. Well, you had a black man that's in STEM and he paid off their little student loans at Morehouse, but he still didn't create no jobs for you niggas. So, black men need to think about their place in this society and figure out if they want to continue to be in that place of being bent over by another group of men, or if they want to stand on their own, pull their fucking tool belts out and build some shit for themselves where they sign their own paychecks.
Right.
Because every other group of man on this planet has created something for himself where he signed his own paychecks. The black man is the only one that's not writing his own checks. That's a problem.
Yeah, there. I mean,
How
there
can I
are
how
some
can I be Brenda
individual ones.
Homemaker?
There's
I
some
want to be
individual
Brenda.
ones that have their own business, but it's not as a collective anywhere.
Mm.
Right.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay. So when we're talking about, and how to tell, if, a man is down low, and, we're seeing these things that are going on in the entertainment industry, because I mean, celebrityism is in American culture. Celebrities, are worship. And that's just a given. So a lot of these agendas are, given to us through these celebrities, through this culture of celebrityism. So now we have, Janelle Monae. And Janelle Monae, is a singer, a female singer, from what we understand. She's I first heard Janelle talking about, she was pansexual, but now she has come out and she calls herself non-binary. So non-binary, the description of that would be someone who is gender queer, or they identify exclusively masculine or feminine. They're not men or women. Like, for instance, with Janelle, her thing is that there's a question, and it was on her Twitter, a boy or a girl, and the answer underneath was, I'm inexperienced. So I mean,
what
do you think? I mean, is this just like all super trendy and just super kids? Or, I mean, she clearly looks like a woman. She's a girl, but they don't want to be associated with being called him or her or she or him. It's always, they want to be a they or a them. They prefer that pronoun. So what do you guys think about that?
I don't know, but I want Google to give me my damn emojis back, because I noticed my emojis with this new update on my phone, their gender, I can't tell if the fucking emoji is a boy or a girl.
They gender fluid.
Yeah, they damn gender neutral my fucking emojis, man. And I'm like, man, what the hell? So when I throw my little wave up hand, I don't know if it looked like a boy to me, but I don't know.
It shows,
I don't know if y'all
as a
noticed
girl,
that on your phone.
Yeah, it shows up as a boy both times.
With the orange shirt on, they changed the shirt to orange.
Really?
Oh my
Man,
goodness.
they changed. Yes, my emojis are different on Facebook, like different platforms, like on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. My emojis are still boy and girl when I put it up, but in YouTube, or if I'm texting somebody or something, it's a gender neutral emoji. I'm surprised iPhone ain't get them shits before Android. Damn. Yeah, the purple shirt chick, she gone. She gone. I don't see the little purple shirt chick no more.
I still have her, but on certain machines, she shows up as a woman. She shows up as a woman, and sometimes she shows up as a man.
Yeah,
so
that's what like, that's yeah. That's it. Like, they forcing that shit on you. As far as Janelle Monae, I don't know what the hell she's doing. I'm pretty sure she has a vagina under there, and that would tell her what she is. I think a lot of these Negroes out here is doing this shit for money. For money. Because they can't be happy within themselves talking this crazy ass shit. It's crazy. It's crazy and it's confusing and it's retarded.
And they really don't believe it. And they really don't believe it. They just saying whatever is popular to say.
Whatever the white man say, this is what we doing now. Well, this is what we doing now, niggas. Y'all need to get on board if you want to keep getting them paychecks.
Yeah. Now,
and then on your job.
It starts to get ridiculous. Like, okay, no, don't call me a woman. Don't call me a man. I'm inexperienced. What the hell is that?
With healthcare, it's definitely hard for me because if I have to go in that patient's room and draw blood and I see a man's name on the record, but I go into the room and I see something different, the nurses will stop me before I go in there and say, hey, this person wants to be referred to as this. Now, if I don't refer to that person how they want to be referred to, I can get in trouble on my job. The other thing is, I told you I was working in DC last year, and they changed all the bathrooms to gender neutral
Oh
bathrooms. So now you
gosh.
have the man symbol, the woman symbol, and then they got a thing where it's half man, half woman on the door. Why don't you just
Damn.
say it's a freaking restroom? Just
Yeah.
say it's just a family restroom. Like
Yeah.
anybody can go in there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
because
crazy.
it's a single bathroom. Okay, it's a
Uh-huh.
single bathroom. So, they're changing a lot of stuff and they're forcing this shit on us. And it's like, what you want me to do with it? I'm telling my male children what they are. I'm telling my female child what she is. I'm not giving them no damn options. There are no options. You
Uh-huh.
got what you got, and that's what you're supposed to deal with. Because in order to reproduce yourself, you got to accept what you are. Now, all this in vitro stuff and these surrogates and all this other crazy mess. Look, do what the hell you want to do in your life. I do not have to accept what the hell you do in your personal damn life.
Hmm.
If Vonda decides she wants to strip naked and live in trees, build her a tree house, and she wants to live free and use leaves as toilet paper and only eat bananas for the rest of her life, that's what she wants to do. Now, when she come over here and try to tell me that this is what I'm supposed to be doing too, now Vonda, come on now. I love you. But you're going over there and you live in your treehouse free, girl. When I come and visit you, I'm gonna have clothes on, okay?
Right? Yeah, I believe these people are just selling their souls to the highest bidder, and yeah, they're just trying to conform to everything to get, like you said, Lucy, to get that check.
Yeah.
For
That's all they
money.
care about. That's
Something
all
that
they
is
care.
Agree.
unnatural.
It's like, okay, do you, I'm like, they're making a living. So at some point, do they sit down with themselves and say, okay, I'm making a living, but I mean, where does it, where's the moral part of? Do you realize the
Uh-huh.
message that you're putting out there? Do you know the reach of your word? You're put in a broadcast area where a lot of people are not able to be, and you really want to share that type of a message, you know?
Child,
I don't
anytime
know.
they attack religion, they attack religion. I never thought that they would be able to conquer Christianity.
Uh-huh.
Because I would have thought if nobody else could fight this shit, it would be the Christians. But the Christians have goddamn failed.
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
I mean, shit, they got a whole bullshit book written up about it, right? So I would even stand with, if the Christians had a fight, I would stand with the Christians. Like, look at here now, this is our religious beliefs. Don't we have a right to freedom of religion? I thought that was the First Amendment, right?
Uh-huh.
So if my religion says that I'm gonna have to deal with my God based on this fuckery that they trying to push on me, okay? Why isn't that strong enough? I thought America was a Christian nation. I thought they were a
Hmm.
Christian nation. But they pushing all this shit on us, and now it's a hate crime if I call you a he and you want to be identified as a they, or you get mad when I call you a it. Oh, that's the wrong pronoun too.
You're like, well, I didn't know you was
No,
a damn
actually, some of them are
transformer.
now
That ain't
starting to
my
accept
fault.
it. Some
I
of them
didn't
are
know
now
you.
starting to accept
Yeah.
it.
They accepting it now? Because that's what
Some
I've
of
been
them
calling
are.
them it.
Some of them are now calling
What
it is.
well, it is fitting. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
ain't
don't
trying to
know which.
remember all that,
Yeah. I don't.
all what
Yeah.
they supposed to be.
Yeah. But
Yeah. I ain't got
her
time for all that.
choosing
You got a name?
non-binary. Hmm?
Yeah, I was just saying, you got a name? What's your name? Mary, that's what I'm gonna call you.
I'm calling
How
you.
about that?
When you see stuff like this, I mean, there are so many different pronouns. Like, okay, what do you do when the kids, say, "Oh, Janelle, Monae, she's like non-binary." What does that? You know, you have to
She
tell
done
the
lost
kids.
her damn mind. That's what
Oh
that
no,
means.
she's trying. This is somebody trying to be unique. You see, nowadays, gay, lesbian, uh, bisexual is becoming too boring. So now she's going to non non-binary. She wants to be unique or special in her
Okay. Yeah.
oddness.
So basically, the weirdos are taking over. Is this weirdo nation? That's what it is. The weirdos have taken over and they're speaking out
Yeah.
because we're tired of being,
Well,
you know.
with well, with her being non-binary, I mean, because you know the alphabet people have a lot of power. Does that make her an alphabet person? You know, are there gonna is there a whole group of them
Yeah, she's
identify like
included
this? And is
in
there
she's
Wait.
included in that circle. She's included in that circle. When they always say that they're not anything other than what they call now the cisgenders, which is just the normal genders,
Mhm.
they're to me they're part of that community.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
But
I'm
I
gonna
don't
play the
think
role of a
I don't think
Moor right now.
their community quite accepts them. They try and figure out what they are, what their thing is. When they throw something unique in there.
Well, we got to
Add
pay
another
attention to
letter.
the words that people use.
Hmm.
Okay. Earlier, I asked Vonda what the non-binary meant, and she gave me that definition. Okay. So Janelle Monae is saying that she's non-binary, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So now this is where the confusion comes in. If you look up the definition of binary, it means relating to, composed of, or involving two things.
Uh-huh.
mhm.
Relating to, using, or expressed.
Well, Lucy.
Uh-oh. What happened?
Lucy? Is she
She's still there, but I think something happened with
But
her mic.
but yeah,
Or
that's the thing. She's saying she's not
they got,
related to either.
or if I was paranoid, I'd say they got Lucy. Oh no, they got Lucy.
Am I here? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we hear
we
you
yeah,
can.
now.
there you
Oh,
go.
okay. See, with StreamYards, you can't leave off the thing. I went to look up the definition. So binary means that it's operating off of two moving parts, right? Two, or if you're talking about numerical expression, it's 2 to 10 parts, right? So if she's saying that she's non-binary, what the hell is she talking about? That would mean she's only one thing, because binary means to be two or more things based on the word bi. Bi means two.
Two.
So if she's saying she's non-binary, now she's creating a whole nother term that's being incorrectly used. See the confusion? Because if you say, no, I'm non-binary because I am a woman and I was born that way. What
Hmm.
Janelle Monae is trying to say is that she is binary. She has multiple moving parts. She's not just a female. See, they're trying
Yeah.
to confuse people. You got to go back and understand and look at these words that people are using. They're trying to confuse you. They ain't going to
Hmm.
confuse me as long as I got a damn dictionary.
Hmm.
That's what I was reading the definition of binary.
Yeah. Well,
Ladies,
I guess
I would
she's
like
saying that you can't put her in a box. She could be either one she want to be, like a damn transformer.
Then
So,
she would be
but what
binary,
yeah.
but what's
Yeah,
so
not
as
like
I
non-binary.
okay,
said,
so are they just gonna eliminate child's birth on birth certificates now and then the kid can decide what they want to be when they get of
Yeah,
age?
I'm pretty sure they're going to do that. I'm pretty sure going to do that. And in healthcare, that's going to cause a problem. It's going to cause a problem. It's already causing a problem in healthcare because you have reference ranges that are specific to men versus women because of our biological makeup.
hmm,
We're not made the same. Men's organs function differently than we do. Their hemoglobins are higher than ours naturally. So they have more blood in their system than we do. I mean, of course, we bleed every month.
hmm, hmm,
So we're not going to have a hemoglobin as high that a man would have because we're constantly exchanging, creating new blood every month. So our chemistries and everything is going to be different. So you come in the damn hospital talking about you non-binary. We don't know what the hell to put you in the analyzer as. Your whole shit gonna be off. You gonna
Exactly.
get some shit that you ain't supposed to get.
Harder for someone to be able to help you when you got all these different classifications and like, okay, well, let's look it up now. Okay, now that means, and like you say, you can get in trouble for calling someone, that but you go in and you see them and they clearly look like a man, if you don't heed the warnings and say, sir, you can get in trouble.
Yep.
All because that person looks exactly like what, that's not how they identify themselves. Somebody wants to identify themselves as a tree, then they're a tree. I think that's crazy. But
what you think about huh?
What I want to introduce Poetic Kels and welcome her to the panel. Welcome, Poetic Kels.
Poetic Kels.
Hi, everybody. I heard y'all talking about that binary. I have to jump in on that one.
I know that's right.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? It's crazy.
Well, to me, because, I'm into conspiracy theories, especially when it comes to the industry. And, and from what I research, and I have certain channels that I look at that talks about it. And to me, what it seems like they're under serious mind control, that they are being programmed to say and do certain things because of what the industry represents. And because of what the industry represents, I think they are really trying to turn the men into the women and the women into the men. They're trying to do like a gender switch. That's why you're hearing all these weird terms like binary, or certain entertainers are coming out saying stuff like, oh, I got, it's not considered gay if I didn't do it and received it. So I that's what I think. Because because I'm into conspiracy theories because I be paying attention to what is being done. One time I can't remember what I was watching. I think it was the BET Awards, and some of the performers were like, I felt like I was being possessed watching some of their performance. Because certain things was very, very satanic looking. You know what I'm saying? So because of what the industry represents, from my conspiracy theory mind, I think they are programmed to say and do certain things, and don't think for a second they're not getting cut a fat check.
Yeah.
I don't even think it can fall under classification of conspiracy theory. A lot of the stuff is blatant, but
it's right in front of our face, right?
It just shows you how they feel about us. They insult our intelligence because they think that we don't see this, and that's an insult in and of itself, to think that people are not going to notice this.
Right, and then it also shows us how mainly us will sell our souls for crumbs.
They definitely will.
That's right. And they could take it back anytime they get good and ready
exactly, as if they wasn't anyway.
And if you keep
that's why I said we need to sign our own checks.
If you keep a people in financial straits for so long, and they figure like they're gonna get this big come up, why wouldn't they do anything after having nothing?
Exactly.
So I mean, it's by design, definitely.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I mean, well, with all of this going on and all this confusion, what do you think this does to the children?
Confused them too.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're confused too.
They're trying to convince them now that this is the way of life.
Yeah, I tell my children all them motherfuckers is weirdos. These are weirdos. Up is down and down is up.
Right.
Yeah, I can agree with
because
that.
why would a woman want to say that she's not a woman?
Right. Let me tell you what my son said when he was 7 years old. He's 14 now. And we were having a discussion about, so we're talking about 7 years ago. That puts us what, in 2013? So they started influencing the cartoons, they're influencing the movies. The children are asking me, what's this, what's that. And the adults, we were having a conversation. I can't remember what happened, what we was talking about. I know we was on the gay subject. And my son, just as polite, he just walked through the room and he said, well, it ain't going to be no more people. Because if everybody turns gay, it ain't going to be no more people. That means a 7-year-old child
And look how quickly he
understood.
thought that out. Yeah. Look how quickly his mind just turned over. And he's like, well, I guess it ain't going to be no more people then, because
depopulation.
Don't make babies. Yeah.
Yep. So if a 7-year-old child could figure that out with people being gay and what it meant, that let me know he understood what gay was. He knew what it was. He might have not seen what it looked like, but he understood what gay was. He learned that from school, because I did not have this discussion with my children at this time. They were all in elementary school. I'm not talking about that shit with my children. Gay. What the hell am I talking to them about that shit for? I gotta have a discussion of sex first before I start talking about some gay. You gotta know what sex is, and love, and being in a relationship, and what it means to be a man, and what it means to be a woman. They gotta learn that shit first before they even talk about changing their gender and all this other shit. He said there won't gonna be no more people. He understood that at 7.
Wow.
So if a child can understand that, hey, this is unnatural. This is not what nature says. Being careful with my words here. This is not what nature says. Okay? In order for us to continue to produce ourselves, gay is not going to get that. If you're gonna be gay and you're gonna produce children, you have to do something unnatural, something that goes against nature. He understood that at 7. So they have to put it in the cartoons. They have one thing that how our minds work is seeing things repetitive. That's how we learn, being repetitive. So if they keep pushing it on you, they keep showing it to you, then they normalize it. It becomes normal. Just like how niggas don't duck no more when they hear gunshots. If you've been living in the hood, if you haven't been out in the country or the suburbs, if you live in the hood, you hear gunshots, it's normal. You don't duck no more. You just wait. You just get silent and you wait. You don't hear nothing. You continue on with the hell you was doing. It's normal. Seeing death, seeing people get shot and killed has become normal for people. Why? Because they show us violence on television all the time. We love a good action movie, don't we? We love seeing shit get blown up and all that stuff. We show that to our children. Look what they did to the Transformers. Transformers was a cartoon. Now they made it into a movie where they're seeing the destruction. We're always getting some type of movie where it's a disease that comes and wipes out everything, or some alien invasion comes and wipes out something. We're being normalized to death and destruction. Why are they trying to normalize that?
I must admit, I love all those types of movies, though.
We do, but it normalizes it in our mind, though. So if you see some shit happen, you hear somebody on the news, you're like, well, damn, them motherfuckers crazy. And you keep on going about your day. It doesn't shock you as much as it used to. So when you walking down the street or you in a mall or something, you see 2 men kiss, it's not going to shock you.
Oh, yeah,
because you're used to seeing it in commercials. Every damn commercial. My daughter told me something. She's 17. She said, Mom, I saw a commercial the other day about birth control. And it was 2 men in the commercial holding hands.
Oh, yeah. I saw that. What
she said,
hell?
Mom, men don't need birth control. I said, was it a birth control for men? She said, no, but even if it was, 2 men can't have a baby. So why was 2 men in the commercial about birth control?
Exactly.
I said, you know what? You right. You right. They so busy trying to throw the shit in our face, they putting it in places where it doesn't even belong, where it doesn't even match. A commercial about birth control, you got 2 men in it?
Well, have you seen the commercial where the little boy goes up to his dad and say, Dad, I think I started my period. And then the whole commercial.
No.
What?
You guys ever seen that?
No.
Yes.
No.
Listen, let me tell you. Boy, it starts off with the boy going to his dad and he's all like embarrassed and he's like, Dad, I think I started my period. And then it goes on to show these different clips of men saying, "Hey, you got a tampon?" And he's like checking his pocket, and he gives the guy a tampon, and then you can see a guy in the locker room, and he's checking his butt to make sure that this string is not sticking out. And then you have a listen, and then kissing and like this, fiery embrace, and he goes, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, I'm on my period." And she goes, "Me too." I'm like, what? You guys haven't seen that commercial?
Oh,
Hell no.
They need to ban that
no.
shit. They need to ban that shit. What the fuck?
What product is that so I can get on their Twitter?
It's called Thinks, and what it is, it's underwear that you wear when you're on your period, and it's supposed to be extra absorbent and soak up menstruation blood. So that's what the commercial was based off of. With feminine products, they're taking the female label off of it. It's not even considered a female product anymore. What is that all about?
Well, see, that's the thing. If you got dudes that's, chopping their thing off and becoming a woman, you're not going to have a fucking cycle. So you're not going to have a need for these products. So why is you even concerning yourself into this shit? And if they're talking about the transgender man, the woman going the other way, she still has her cycle. You're still a fucking woman because you have your cycle. What are you talking? See, that's the confusion. That's so when a child see that shit.
So if you see a man picking up the product, it's not going to be weird because he's having his monthly cycle.
Oh, that's terrible.
Gonna be weird.
That's what it is.
Exactly.
That's what.
How confusing is that? Think about it. How confusing is that? That's very confusing.
I can't believe they doing that. They really taking women off the product and putting men on it.
Yeah, they because they're upset. It's not because of the transgender woman, and because Shim can't have a cycle. They feel some type of way. It's hate.
Well, not only
Look,
that,
we are. Man, we under
I seen
attack.
a story on Facebook where they're removing. They're trying to take. This was on Facebook. I don't know too much how many stories on there is true because I came across some fake stories. But that they're trying to take women's uterus and implant it in them.
Yeah. That's what they're doing. Yeah, I read a whole article on that. It won't just Facebook. I read a whole scientific article where they're talking about that, and it made me question where are they getting these uteruses from. And to me, I think that's directly connected to all these missing Black girls.
That's what I'm
in America.
saying.
How many Black women do we have missing? How many?
Our lives are in danger.
Like 75,000.
It is 75,000.
Yeah.
And this nigga talking about he want to save himself from us, bitch. Nigga, we got motherfuckers out here kidnapping us and stealing our uteruses to give them to a pale male because he want to be a woman and have a baby.
Hello, where you think it come from?
Becky uterus. Becky uterus is dead. That's why she has all this in vitro bullshit because she can't have babies like a Black woman.
What I would like to know, where is all this when they making these commercials and all this stuff, it used to be some white Christian outrage and stuff about this stuff. And you ain't heard a peep from them. What's going on?
Because they got sued. They been got sued and shut down with the whole marriage thing. When Obama changed the thing about they can get married now, all the white Christian churches, they band up together. It was like, no, we're not doing this, but they got sued. And a lot of them lost their 501c3s because they would not marry them. So yeah, the Christians been out the game. That's what I was saying. Like, where are the Christians at? Where the Christians at to fight against this shit? Where the Muslims at to fight against this shit?
They standing at the train station harassing folks before they go to work.
Okay, you guys, I dropped a link to that commercial. So there's a link to that commercial if anybody wants to take a look at it, about the little boy who started his period.
I think I'd rather not.
Drop it in Discord for me, Vonda. I can't leave out of StreamYard. Yeah, so I can see that shit. I'm gonna show that shit to my children too, so they can be appalled.
I'm like, what?
Look, I show that type of stuff to my children. I'll be like, look what they trying to do to you. Look. Look what they trying to do to you. I tell my children everything. I tell them the truth. And I get a lot of flack for it. Oh, you telling them too much. No, fuck that. I'd rather tell them too much than not to tell them enough.
Right.
The hell we got going on right now, man. This shit, man, y'all think about when y'all was in high school and middle school. We ain't had to deal with this shit.
No, we didn't.
Mm-mm.
Teenage
Men were
pregnancy
men.
was around, but shit, you knew what
Right.
time it was for real, for real. You knew,
Real,
you
well,
knew
real talk.
that you weren't supposed to be over that boy house. You know you weren't supposed to be in the back seat of that car. You know what you was doing.
It was in the
Okay.
closet then.
And if motherfuckers was doing this fugazi shit that they doing now, you couldn't tell nobody because you would get straight clowned at
Right.
school.
And beat up.
Mm-hmm.
They'll try to beat the gay out you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, Black First said they be using those products to protect the bleed from the backside, etc. And I agree with that too. They're
Oh
just
my
totally
gosh.
lifestyle.
That I
So
ain't want to talk about that. I ain't want to bring that up, but that is true. I used to work with this gay dude, and he used to get 45-minute breaks when everybody else got 30-minute breaks. He used to get 45-minute breaks because apparently because of his activities, when he had to handle his, do his BM, he had issues because that area wasn't the way it naturally supposed to be. And that's
Oh
when I
Lord.
found out that dudes, that's what they use tampons for.
That's gross.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
That's
very
man.
so
gross. It's
gross.
very gross, and that's another health issue we'll talk about in the health thing too. And what that means with that messing around with that back door, there's death with that. There's death even for a female that allows a man to mess around with the back door.
Yeah.
Anything more than maybe a
None of
finger or
that.
something, you're talking
Mm-mm.
about full-fledged sex. You're talking about some health issues you're gonna have to deal with later. So all that shit with
That's
that.
that is so disgusting. That is so
It
disgusting.
is. But see, you can't say that, Bill. You can't say that's their way of life. That's what they do, and they want everybody
it,
to know about it. I don't
it's
Yeah.
fucking want to know
disgusting
about it.
in
They're forcing
that
their lifestyle on us.
make it normal and desensitize children so that children will have this option. It used to be, when you grow up, you're going to
Mm-hmm.
marry a woman and you're going to have kids, or when you grow up, you're going to marry a man and you're going to have kids. Now, hey, that's the world we grew up in. Now they're like, you can be a tree. You can marry your piano. You can be whatever you want to be. You can be
Mm.
non-binary. You don't have to identify, you know?
Well, why can't I
It's
identify
crazy.
as a trans financial?
They're letting little children decide, oh, at 4 years old, you going through a little tomboy stage and you only want to wear tennis shoes, you don't want to, and jeans and no ribbons in your hair. Okay, well, you get, I mean, don't sometimes you grow out of your tomboyism? Not everybody does, but just because you're a tomboy
Yes,
doesn't
because
mean you're
I
gay,
did.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, come
Yeah.
on. Yeah, so I just don't
Yeah.
think that, but they'll call it your child is 4 years old and says, oh, I want to wear a dress, and he's a little boy. You're like, no, you're not wearing a dress. And they go to school and tell the teacher, well, I want to wear a dress and my mom won't let me. They can step in and say, oh no, he needs you can't
Well, they
make
already
him
doing
wear.
that, Vonda. They already
I
doing
know, that's
that.
what
Did you hear
I
about the boy that had the long hair that he got sent home from school, and then mom got sent a letter, and they said if he's gonna wear his long braids, I think he had his hair in cornrows, that he had to wear a dress, and if he wanted to dress like a boy, he had to cut his hair off.
wow, that's
Of
just so
course, a,
crazy.
a, a black child, and if it
Of
was,
course.
yeah,
If
or
he
he has
wanted to
no,
wear his
yeah,
cornrows to school, he had to identify as a female and wear a dress. I can't remember if he had
But
cornrows or
that's sad that
locks.
they would just associate his long hair with him being a girl. That's the only thing that makes him a girl is his long hair. So because he has long hair, he has to have a dress on it.
Yep, yep. And he got put out of school for it. But
Homeschool.
Lady J said they can have my period, but not my uterus. I know that, right? They can
Yeah.
have,
Let's see
they
how
can
they
have
could
that
handle.
part.
Let's see how they
Mm-hmm.
can handle the
have this
monthly
monthly
cycle. They
cycle.
don't know.
Girl,
They can
look, I
pay.
want
They
to
don't
see
know
what's
about
gonna
this.
happen with
They don't
these
know about
niggas getting a uterus and having a baby. Bitch, go ahead. I want to see it. Because they gonna
so
die.
right. Where's it gonna
You're
come
gonna
out?
die. You're gonna die. Cause,
Where's the
cause let
baby
me
gonna
tell
come out
y'all
of?
niggas something. Let me tell these men something here. Let me
Ooh,
take my
yes.
peoples off. Okay? I should cam up for this. Okay. Hey, all right. You go through childbirth and see if you don't die. See, it's a reason why that I was created to have the ability to bleed for 5 to 7 days and don't die, not you. There's a strength that I have that you don't have. See, you got that physical strength. I got a different type of strength that cannot be described into words. You understand me? That's why we should always have the ultimate respect. I mean, shit, we can do shit you can't do. I just want to throw that out there. Someone might get mad or get a little triggered by that, but that's good. You trigger me all the time.
Well,
But you
if
know
they're
what?
gonna get
It's
triggered
true
because
though.
they can't have babies, and oh well.
Exactly. It is true. There are some biological men and women. That's what makes us unique. That's what makes you a woman. That's what makes you a man. And that's just the bottom line. And
Mm-hmm.
why should one be upset or mad or jealous at the other for what their role is in this thing that we call life?
Mm-hmm. So when nigga you say play your position, nigga play your position.
Exactly.
Okay. But
And get
yeah,
that
they
tool
taking our
belt.
children down with this shit right here, man. They are confusing our children. Shit, they confusing us. They trying to anyway. See, I'm not gonna be easily confused. No, no, you're not gonna call me a cisgender. I don't know what the hell that is. I'm a woman.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What
I'm
you
fighting that
is,
every step
you're
of the
not.
way. I don't want to be called no cisgender. You stop. Don't be trying to figure out what your name's gonna be. You take your name and move to the side. Don't be renaming me. You know,
Real talk.
we're
God,
women.
this world has
Ain't
been
Born
a
a
nothing different
woman.
hitman
about
checker.
us.
Birth certificate says woman, 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 woman.
Yeah. I went to the Essence Festival
And
last year and I was eating at this restaurant, sitting at the bar, and this Asian dude slash chick. It was a dude dressed like a chick. He had some hot pants on. And yeah, he had hot pants on. I'm talking about them 1960s hot pants. He had some hot
Mm,
pants on,
No.
and he had some glitter and all that stuff or whatever, right? So he was sitting next to me, and the restaurant was packed. For those that've been to New Orleans during the Essence Festival, anytime you go to New Orleans on a weekend, every spot is packed. But this was a black-owned restaurant. I can't remember the name of it. My God, their food was good. And if y'all go to New Orleans, check that brother out. He is fine and he is single. I can't partake, but your single ladies go down there and holler at that brother because he is doing very well for himself with his restaurant down there, and everybody come down there and eat. It was crackers and everything down there. But this dude, this Asian person, was next to me, and I won't talking to him because I didn't have nothing to say. But see, I'm not a rude person, and I'm not, you know, mean-hearted. So, he was like, "Hi, where are you from?" And I'm like, "Oh shit, okay." I was like, "Oh, I told him where I'm from. We having a little conversation. Talking about this my first time here. This your first time here." I found out that he's a traveler. Like he's really lost. Like this dude was really lost. And I told him straight up. I said, "Look, I don't mind having a conversation with you, but I don't want to offend you. And I'm not familiar with, your lifestyle. So, naturally I'm gonna call you a him. But what do you identify as?" You know what this motherfucker said to me? He said, "I'm not sure. I'm still trying to figure that out."
Oh my God.
I think if you
I,
look in
I
your
would have been better if
underwear,
he said I'm an experience. I would have liked better if he said I'm an experience. What the hell?
yeah, what if he said that? I would have been like, and look, and when he said that, I said, "Okay, so for conversation's sake, I hope you don't get offended, but I'm going to refer to you as a him, he, that part." And he said, okay, he didn't have a problem with it. I don't care if you did, because I said, in order to have a conversation with me, this is how I'm going to refer to you as. But I asked you what you want to be referred to. You didn't even know. But I think if you look in your underwear, you will have your answer.
Right?
Okay.
You know. So I mean, these people, I'm thinking, man, look, this is my observation. Any of these people that fall in that group listening, please don't get offended and flag the channel. We are trying to get an understanding of what the hell is going on so we can know what to tell our children, okay? I don't know what you want to be identified as. I'm just going based on what I see. Okay? And unless you tell me what you want me to call you, I'm going to call you by what I see. If I see a cat, I'm going to call it a cat. I see a dog, I'm going to call it a dog. If you look like a dude, I'm going to refer to you in the masculine sense, even if though you're not masculine. So if you're unexperienced or if you're non-binary, then say, call me non-binary. And then I will call you that unless you have a name. Do you have a name? See, it's too much for me. I'm not dealing with all that shit. It's too much for me. See, Vonda, Belle, Dane, Chat, this is a personal psychological issue that these people need to deal with in their own mind, in their own time, personally with their therapist. It is not fair for them to push their psychological issues on the rest of the world, and we have to accept your craziness and your madness. Okay? If you are bipolar, okay, do you need to tell the entire world that you are bipolar? And now I have to accept you because you want to be a tree today. And then you get mad because I call you Sally, but today you are oak tree. I don't fucking know. How the fuck am I supposed to know what you are? I don't fucking know. It's not my issue, not my problem. My thing with these people is this sex thing. It's a private thing. Okay? Right. What you present yourself as into the world, everybody doesn't have to accept it. Because guess what? I'm black. And the world seems to not accept the fact that I'm black. I get a hard time for being black in the West. And I've been black for a very long time. Okay? So I don't give a fuck about your sexual issues. I don't.
Right.
And it's crazy that somebody could put their sex on the table.
If Janelle Monae could get a man, she would want to be identified as girlfriend, wife, or mother.
Exactly.
So, but she can get a man. She's beautiful and she's young. She can have any man that she wants.
So is this just a person's way of saying, I'm just not going to tell you, you know, that I date men or I date women? I mean, why the coin toss? No, that's what I'll be.
You know what I think it is, Vonda? Honestly. This is just another tactic to keep you distracted from what the fuck you supposed to be doing in your life, man.
A distraction.
This is a whole nother fucking distraction.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, you got to be careful with some of these stories. Some of these stories, I mean, some of these stories, because I investigated a story a long time ago that turned out to be a psyop. So when you get some of these stories that be coming out of the blue on the news, or these artists out of nowhere coming out the closet, you got to really question yourself about, like, why?
Man, it's like the gangster rapper. The gangster rapper is not a real fucking gangster. He talking that shit to get a check. These people ain't living their lives like this. You know what I'm saying? And then I ain't gonna say you ain't got ones that ain't gonna sacrifice their children, because I do think that Will and Jada sacrifice their damn children to this shit. You got people that doing this ritual shit.
Their whole family, if they have to.
Yeah, but it's a distraction, man. These people is eating it up on a yacht somewhere, living it up, living a good life, while the rest of us sitting around confused as fuck and like, oh, well, I don't. It's a psychological problem. Did we forget that this shit used to be in the DSM? Something's wrong with you if you want to mess with Dookie. I'm sorry. If you want to cut your body parts off, you got women cutting their breast off. Cutting your breast off, you taking hormones and to reverse your shit to do something that's unnatural. You think you're not gonna have other issues with that? This is a health, this is a public safety health issue with this. You're pushing this homosexual agenda. It's detrimental for both.
To create more
Mostly
diseases.
for the men. Man, it's detrimental for man. I read, I don't know how, look, I'm about to tell my age, y'all. Reader's Digest. How many of y'all ever read Reader's Digest articles?
Yes.
Yeah, I read Reader's Digest.
Yes.
They talk about a lot of shit in them little books they be sitting in the doctor's office, don't it? I read a story about this lady. She was married. She was black. Her husband was black. Married for like 20 some years. She had a vaginal infection and the doctors could not figure out what it was. They did every type of testing. With me being in the laboratory, the first thing the doctor's going to do is test for STDs. All those came back negative. Then they're going to do a genital culture. They're going to do a culture. They're going to put it on a plate, on a media, and see what grows, right? We see what grows. We test it and see what bacteria it is. Okay? But before they got to that part, they could not figure out what it was. They treated her for BV. She had yeast infection. They treated all that. The shit kept coming back. You know what I'm saying? Because the first thing that's going to happen if something's wrong with the vagina, you're going to have a discharge. So they're going to think that it's BV. They're going to look under. They're going to do a KOH and a wet prep. They're going to look for fungal elements and they're going to look for clue cells. Okay, if we don't see those, then we don't know what the hell's going on. Then they have to do a genital culture. When they did the genital culture, that's when they saw bacteria that is not normally in the vagina. The vagina has normal flora. It's called lactobacillus.
Yeah.
That is normal flora. It's supposed to be in the vagina. It's supposed to be there to maintain. It's called good bacteria. Okay.
Yeah.
When they did that genital culture and they saw all this other type of stuff that's in there, it was consistent with stool. That's how she found out her husband was gay.
That's
That's the problem I have with that community. If you're gonna be gay, but do not do this whole coming back and forth, mixing shit, lying about your shit. If that's what you want to do, then that if you're going to say I'm gay, to me, that's when it's acceptable to say, hey, I'm gay. Thank you for telling me that. Yes, you say that. But the parades, you're putting it in the commercials, you're trying to make it equal for everybody. We don't need to see what your sexual shit is. I'm not running around saying, hey, I love men. I love peeing. There are no straight parades. There were no prostitution parades. There were no whore parades. There were no gigolo parades. There were no pimps going around having a parade. Hey, I'm a pimp. Sexuality belongs in its place. It's private. We want to know that shit. But when you're putting other people in danger, that's why I damn problem it. And they're putting themselves in danger when they're cutting body parts off. They're taking these hormonal treatments and stuff like that. These are going to be the future of the people that's going to go crazy. If a person is going through hormonal treatments, they have a chemical imbalance. Your hormones play a huge part in how you operate, how you metabolize your food, how you think, and how you function on all levels. It is very important. Your endocrine system, they didn't talk about a lot about your endocrine system in school. It's very important. And if you have a hormonal imbalance, that means you're chemically unbalanced. Your brain is not functioning properly. These people are crazy and they're pushing their crazy on everybody else. Telling you.
And creating more diseases, new diseases.
New shit. Gonorrhea has gone to a whole nother damn level.
How you think these doctors is getting their 6 figures?
Man, from the pharmaceuticals. And they know this.
Exactly.
They make it, surgeons are the highest paid type of physician. Surgeons. From plastic surgery to cosmetic surgery to you fucking yourself up and having surgery. Even if you are diabetic and you know you ain't supposed to be eating that shit, now you gotta go get your leg cut off. The doctor know that. He not gonna tell you stop eating that shit. He gonna tell you to keep taking this metformin because he know you're gonna come in a few years and you're gonna need to get your foot cut off.
Yep, and that's where all the money comes from, surgical procedures.
Yep. Oh, black woman, you got BV. You done had BV for a long time. Instead of telling you to stop fucking all these dudes or be careful with your vagina and you need to eat better, it could be the foods that you're eating or why you have a high level of toxicity and your system is acidic. Because if your system is more acidic than it is neutralized or more alkaline, you're going to be prone to keep back unnatural bacteria around. And instead of telling you that, oh, well, maybe if we just give you a hysterectomy, that would take care of your problem.
That's the first thing they hit you with a hysterectomy. Yeah. Forgetting about there's other non-surgical procedures that can help.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing they hit you with is the surgical procedure because that's where the money come in at.
Mm-hmm.
That's where they can
and
hit
now
you
you're gonna have to be on hormone medication for the rest of your life because they done took your uterus.
They're removing.
Yep.
Because you're not gonna operate the same without your uterus. You're not gonna operate the same without your uterus.
Nope, that's like taking a nigga nuts. Man cannot survive without his nuts. We cannot survive without our uterus. That's where our hormone that helps balance our hormones. Yep. They take that from you at 28. Not only can you no longer produce black babies, but we've also taken your uterus to give it to some pale male so he could produce a baby. And you're fucked up and crazy for the rest of your life. Because you have a permanent chemical imbalance. Take these pills. That might help you.
On that note, I'm about to turn in to you guys. Nice talking to everybody. Dame, Lucy, Vonda, Kel.
Good night, sis.
Love to you, Bill. Good night.
All right, y'all take it easy.
We'll see you at the next one. Thanks for coming.
Yep, thanks for having me on, Vonda. Have a good night.
Welcome, sweetie. Good night.
Peace, Bill. Daye, as we say in the Akan tribe in Ghana, Daye, sleep well.
There you go. Okay, ladies, I've brought on the man with the plan. Maximum Overdrive has joined the stream. Hey, Max, what's going on?
Up, Vonda?
Hi, Max.
What's going on? Hey, what's going
on,
ladies?
Max?
How y'all doing? What's up? Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yep, we hear you.
Yeah. Hey, man, great show, man. You guys are really cracking tonight. I just wanted to say something real quick about Janelle Monae and all this so-called cisgender and all of these names and wanting to create a whole different sex other than male or female. A lot of psychologists I heard talk about this, right? Very few of these people, it's a small number of these people that actually have a real mental illness. Most of these people become this way out of rejection. So if they're having issues with the opposite sex, they don't want to look at themselves and see that there may be a problem with themselves, right? They tend to make an excuse and say, okay, well, I'm gay or I'm this and I'm that when they're really not. And then they go with that crowd and then they stay with it. You see, a girl like Janelle Monae may look cute to y'all because y'all women, right? But to men, she looks like a little boy with makeup, okay? And she has a nasty attitude on top of that. You see, men don't, right. Women like that aren't really attractive to men, okay? And so when she puts on these shows or whatever and try to look extra sexual and stuff like that because she's still trying to attract men, even though she's walking around saying silly shit about she want to be non-binary. She's still trying to attract men because she really wants a man. She can't get one. Okay, she can't get one. No man that wants to be with her because for one, she's fucking crazy, and two, right? She looks like a little boy with makeup, and she's not. Even though she appears to be a woman and acts sexual, she's not really sexually attracted to men. She doesn't do it for us. Okay, and so I have a niece, right, who was okay when we were younger until she found out that she had a problem keeping a boyfriend. Right now, all of a sudden, she turns into a dyke. You see what I'm saying? A lot of them come this way out of rejection because they can't get or sustain a relationship with the opposite sex. There's really no mental illness involved. It's just a choice that they make because they are being rejected by the opposite sex. And women like Michelle, Janelle Monae, the other crazy woman, Stacey Amber, whatever her name is, and then the one that made the Me Too movement, the one that looks like Magilla Gorilla. What's her name? Okay, these women are too homely, right, to get arousal out of men. When men look at them, they don't get sexually aroused, so they're not attracted to these women because their features are a little bit too hard. And then on top of that, they're not feminine. They don't act feminine. They talk hard. They walk hard. They act hard. Real men aren't attracted to other men, right? And so when they have these attributes going for themselves, right, they're going to find out they're going to have a problem trying to attract men. And that's what the problem is. They don't look at themselves and say, well, you know what, there's something wrong with me. Let me change myself. Let me become more feminine. I'm a woman, right? They blame everybody else. Oh, there's something wrong with the men. No, there's nothing wrong with the men. It's just that you aren't being feminine enough to attract men. And that's what the problem is. And then they get into this rejection. Then all of a sudden they cisgender. They're trying to create a whole nother sex. And a lot of these people aren't mentally ill. They're just that way because of rejection. They don't want to change themselves. They don't want to do anything to make themselves really sexually appealing to the opposite sex. Okay, so it's easier to sit up here and say they're gay and blame everybody else.
Interesting point. I get that. And I feel that, Max. And it probably the same way with the dudes. They keep getting rejected and it's easier for them to circle jerk. I get that.
Yeah.
But this is my thing. Keep that shit to your fucking self.
True that.
Why is you trying to push my children into it and changing my goddamn emojis to gen neutral and calling me a cisgender and you taking the female? What female symbol was on the always shit anyway? Is the word woman or female even on the always pack? So what is they talking about? Like, this shit is going too far. Whatever inconsistencies you got going on in your life, that's your issue. Is this the revenge of the damn weirdos or something? The revenge of the rejected? And how did they get so much power?
Well, they got a lot of power because people are walking around saying it's okay to be screwed up. You know, it's okay for a 6'2", 260-pound white man to walk into a boutique with a wig on and says that he wants to be addressed as ma'am instead of Mister.
Well, you know what, Max? I think that I should be able to walk into Wells Fargo Monday morning and withdraw all the money in said bank and say that I am a rich person because I believe that I was born a rich person. I am trans rich. I am a rich person born in a poor person's body. And I think that the Wells Fargo at whatever location that I choose should give me all their money.
That's a good idea.
I mean, shit, I really do. My heart desires to have these fine things in life. I need a helicopter. I need a house on the beach. I need to be able to travel at will. I need to be able to feed my family the finest foods. That's what my heart desires. That's what I'm supposed to have. That's the life I feel like I'm supposed to have. I am not supposed to be stuck in this poor body. I'm supposed to be in the body of a rich person. So I'm going to go in dressed as some rich person, and I want to be able to withdraw money from said rich person's account because I'm trans that person.
You know what? You might be able to pull that off if you were white. I
Hmm.
don't
You
know if you
know,
can get that off if you were black.
So do we need to find some trailer trash motherfucker to do this shit?
Yeah, yeah, you're gonna need a white face for that one. If you was white, you might be able to get that. You might be able to pull that off. Black? No, I don't
Well,
think so.
then
That's
I'm
a good
trans
idea, though.
white. I am a white
Yeah.
person born in a black body. And I feel like that I'm supposed to be white, rich, free, and 21. Um, and I mean, this is not fair. And y'all need to accept me as that. And I need my white, where is my fucking white
you do
privilege?
you do that, you're gonna get put in the what is it, the DCM, that that book with all the medical uh psychotic problems in it. It's the DCM, right? That what
Yeah.
they call it? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
If you do that, they're gonna throw you in there, you know. But that's a good idea though. I think that would be extremely funny. Um I wonder if
And
I
get a
could do
lot of
that with
hate
the
for
owner.
it.
Well,
Hey,
hell,
what if I
what
walked
else
into
people want
what if I
if I
woke up in
win?
the morning? What if I went back to my the company that I leased my truck to and say, hey, you know what? I feel like I'm the owner of this company. You think they'll give it to me?
I mean, you're the
no.
trans owner.
Call the
You are the
police on
Yeah,
you.
trans
yeah, yeah,
owner.
yeah. Yeah, I woke up this morning and I feel like I'm the owner of this company. I'm the trans owner. I think this company belongs to me. I wonder if that'll work.
Yeah. That's why Dave Chappelle is catching so much hell for the comedian thing he just did on Netflix because he wasn't even a joke against the Asian man, but he said it. He said, "What if I woke up this morning and I felt like I'm a Chinese man and I'm just a Chinese man born in this black body?" And he said, "What if I walked around talking about how you doing? Ah, I'm a Chinese man." And and they got mad. Why are you mad? This is the same thing that these people are doing. They're saying that they are born in the wrong body. So if it works for you sexually, why can't it work for me financially? I feel like I am the princess of England. I am just born in the wrong body. Somehow I was born in this black body. I'm supposed to be white and blonde with blue eyes and with all this money. Now, where is
A
my money?
lost Kennedy,
Where
one of
is my white
the
privilege?
lost. That's a wealthy family. A lost Gettys.
Wow,
Oh,
that's a good point.
oh yeah, that'll be better because then through slavery and everything. Well, look, see, through slavery, I was put in the wrong body. I was supposed to be one of Kennedy's granddaughters. So where is my money and my white privilege?
That's awesome. I wonder what they would think if you actually did something like that.
They're
It
gonna
would
put
be
me in the
worth it
damn
just
nut house.
I don't know about that. I don't think there's any more room in the nut house. There's too
I
many
mean,
crazy
this is the
people out
way the
here.
world is going. Look, I will be the
Uh,
one to do it. I'm crazy enough to do it. Y'all back me. Look, we've known Lucy for a long time now. Okay. And from what we've seen, we really do think that she is a white girl trapped in a black girl's
mm-hmm.
body. Where's
Oh,
her white privilege?
true.
Where is my helicopter?
Let me drop this and I'm gonna get out of here. Yeah, I was talking earlier about uh the guys being down low earlier.
Mm-hmm.
The okay. Let me add this to that too, right? Pay attention to the way guys talk, right? A man, right, a straight man will never, under any circumstances, make a sexual reference to another man. Never. And men don't talk about other men's private parts. And men
X.
don't tell other men, right? That I'm going to do you from behind and make you my bitch. Straight men don't talk like that. Okay? So keep that in mind too. All right, y'all? Y'all take it easy, man. Show's cracking. Later.
Thanks,
All
Max.
right, thanks, Max, for showing up, showing us support. We appreciate it. Oh, okay, ladies. So we have talked about Janelle Monae and her non-binary position. So now we are
You said
get into.
condition.
Well, I mean, these people decide what they want to be. I mean,
You
at the end
said
of the day,
condition.
I think it's a choice for a lot of them, and a lot of them who are getting paychecks for it. This is what they have to do to, carry on to the next stage of what they're, in their careers and whatnot. Peace out, crew. Thanks for stopping by to get into our last topic. So,
Where is crew going? Where are you going, crew?
attend to his cups. You gonna go tend to your cup? Okay.
I get that.
So last topic, ladies. We're gonna knock this one out. Now, I'm gonna read something to you. We're gonna have a little bit of reading time, guys. Okay, but the topic of discussion that we're gonna get into is designer babies. And when we're talking about designer babies, we're talking about that are to maybe have certain eye color, certain hair color, to be bred to not have certain illnesses, that were once prevalent in children. So they're saying that these genetically modified babies are just 2 years away, experts claim. Now, this story was printed November 19, so just a few months ago. So they're saying the next 2 years, you'll be able to, go to the doctor and get your baby engineered to what you like for it to be. So they're saying genetically modified babies are high to help protect people from disease and could be created ethically within 2 years. Okay. So they're saying ethically they'll be able to do this. And they're saying it as a way to end, diseases.
Okay. So I can make me a super black, super strong, super muscular baby. So when the baby come out, they got like man muscles. As soon as he come out, he could beat the shit out of a pale male, like immediately out of the womb. That what they talking about?
That's what they're trying to do. There's a scientist. He was genetically modifying babies for the embryo to be HIV resistant.
What?
So they're trying to stop all these diseases. So,
well, if they're trying to stop all these diseases, then how come they got all this gay activity?
Good question.
I mean, you heard what happened with the lady. The story Lucy told us about the lady who had dump in her twat.
But see, you can't have a resistance to that because that's simply bacteria that's supposed to be where it was put in a different place.
Yeah, it's
right.
in the wrong place.
Yeah, because you could be a completely healthy person and put your finger back there and put it in your eye, then you're going to get conjunctivitis because the bacteria that's back there is supposed to be back there. But if it gets in your eye, that's going to cause a problem.
Get conjunctivitis. Oh, Lord.
Well, that's what they call it. It's an eye infection. It's an eye infection. So that's what you're gonna get. Go ahead, finish reading, Vonna, because we already stopping you
What
like,
you got in that eye?
whoa. Because if they want to create a baby, I got a baby for them. They can create for me. They not gonna like it though, because he gonna be black and buff,
Real talk.
and he gonna have a little sister too, and she's gonna be black and buff, feminine buff, and they're gonna
So,
be unstoppable.
well, they're trying to talk like they want such as cancer and dementia and things of that nature.
All
I
white
mean, do
people
you guys
shit. This
think
is
that
all
that's
shit
just?
that white people get.
Exactly.
Do you
So
think
why they
it's just
telling us?
it's messing with Mother Nature and they?
Of course,
I
but
think
see, this is the thing. They know that they are weak genetically. They know that they are weak genetically, so they have to go through these lengths in order to create a pale version that is going to be equal to us, because we are naturally born with things that protect us from the environment. You know, things like sickle cell. See, black people in America or in the West that have sickle cell wouldn't fuck you up the way it does in the West if you lived in Africa, because actually sickle cell is actually an attribute, because you can't get malaria. If you have sickle cell disease or sickle cell trait, you cannot contract malaria. There are a lot of blood-borne pathogens that you cannot get if you have sickle cell trait. Those are things that only Africans or those of African descent get. There are a lot of illnesses that black people don't get. Like I said before, osteoporosis. Black women do not get osteoporosis. It's not in our genetics. So yes, this is what they're doing. They're stealing black DNA and trying to make it seem like it's normal to create you. They call it a designer baby. Like, oh, I'm gonna give me a Louis Vuitton baby. No, it's not a Louis Vuitton baby. It's a baby that they're using black DNA to create, to try to create this baby that functions like an African, but it's a European. That's what, to me, designer baby translates into. They need our genetic material. That's why swirling is okay.
That's
See,
why they
but
take our organs.
yeah, swirling and the organ stealing, you know, and now they have enough DNA to create this quote unquote designer baby. They want our genetics. We are indestructible.
So.
They want our genetics.
So you think, with that being said, that they are actually they have the ability to, with all this technology, they have the perfect docile um black human being.
They want to create a black person that does not look black.
Exactly that I'm saying.
They want a white person
that we have,
that functions and yes, with black genetics, but looks white. And see, with the swirling was okay, but some of them still come out looking black. See, they don't want that black look. See, they want the thick hair, but they want it to be straight. Okay, they don't want the curly part. They want the thickness, but they want it straight. They want the blue eyes, but they want to be able to withstand the elements, and they want to be able to not die from their recessive shit that they have. And their bones don't function properly. Their organs, they have the weirdest, rarest fucking diseases. They have all types of shit that black people don't get. And the only reason why that black people get it in America and in the UK is because we've mixed with them. That's how you got black people dying from shit called Lou Gehrig's disease. What the hell is that?
What is that?
It's a degenerative muscular disease where your muscles basically stop working. Yeah.
They atrophy and just twist all up, and you
wither. Basically, you wither away. You just wither. You just wither away. Black people don't wither away.
No, no, we don't.
they wither away. That's how I know I got cracker in my family, because my grandfather had 2 black parents, but I really think his genetics was 2 half breeds that got together, and that's why all of them are light skinned with pretty ass hair and green eyes and shit. You know what I'm saying? He was a black, I guess he was a black man. I can't say he was a half breed. Both his parents was black, but both of them was super light skinned, and their parents was super light skinned. You know, y'all, I was thinking about this earlier today when they was talking about all this colorism and all this shit. Black people do know there are families of generations of families of black people that they all light skinned. We have a whole town in Virginia called Charles City where all the niggas in that city is light skinned. All of them is light skinned. And if you in another part of Virginia, they'll ask you, if you light skinned, they'll ask you from Charles City? You got people from Charles City? Because that's where all the light skinned Negroes at. Now, I don't know what happened down in Charles City, but all them niggas down there is black, but they all light skinned.
Really?
They all light skinned, Vonda. The mama, the daddy, the grandmama, all of them light skinned. Light skinned. The parents is light skinned. All of them is light skinned. You would not find a white person. You had to go way back to find a white person. All of them is light skinned.
Mm-hmm.
That whole little town down there is very few caramel colored brown skinned people out there.
That's something else.
So,
I mean, there has to be a story behind that, how that town got started.
I mean, it's Virginia. This where all the shit got popping at, with that. So, who knows? 2 light skinned, 2 half breed motherfuckers got together and they got together. I mean, what happens with 2 half breeds get together and breed children? All of them gonna be light skinned. Are they black?
Wow. That's a trip. I've never heard of that.
That's why sometimes I be wanting to get on these colorism panels, but we're not talking about colorism tonight. But this designer baby thing, they want, in my opinion, and from what I understand with science and what they're trying to do for this, because with the organizations that I'm in with my degree, I get all these scientific articles sent to my email every day. And my opinion is that they're trying to create a white person that functions like an African, but they don't look African. They don't look black, but they have all the genetic material of a black person.
Wow.
How they're able to do that, I don't know.
Yeah, like that movie Get Out. Remember that man wanted his eyes?
Yeah, that's crazy. But I believe shit goes on. I do believe that there is the Frankenstein, Franken baby, whatever you want to call it. Because there are so many things, quote unquote, that are supposed to be so being black, So, but we have the richness of the genes, of the good genes, as opposed to, being full of recessive genes. So they want to take the good parts of us, and create this, white, class with superior genes. They want to totally modify themselves to actually take on our gene pool. And I don't think, science or not, I don't think they're going to be successful.
No, they're not. They're going to create some mutants. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah,
they're going to create mutants.
Monsters. And those monsters are going to flip. They're going to start flipping out. That's how we're going to know that they monsters. Like, what the hell? Say that so many people are cloned already. I mean, that's why you just have to really be careful with the entertainment industry. So, Poetic Chaos, on your conspiracy theories, I know that your spidey industry, music and, film, I know it has to be.
Of course. I'll be watching their moves, their hand gestures, their performance. Like, It is a serious
What about
satanic
when
movement.
exactly? What about when you see like a star or something, someone in the entertainment industry, like you haven't seen them in a long time, and then you see them again, and they just don't look like themselves. They look different. Her face, she looks different.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I hope you don't think I'm weird, but I think a lot of these stars are cloned.
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised, and the only reason why I say that, because when they get into the industry, they build up a certain brand around themselves. And so the brand becomes more important than the person. They live their lives
Yes.
around this brand. So they make money under this brand, they sing under this brand, and so they make money for the companies off of this brand. So when it gets to the point that this person realizes, oh my God, I sold my soul to the devil, I don't want to do this no more, or they just say, you know what, we don't need you anymore. So we have this technology, we're going to clone you, and we're going to continue to make money off of you being alive for the next 10 years. And then we'll let you die. And then people will, your estate will become rich off of your dead memorabilia. And what do you think they do that, Poetic Girls? I think they do that.
Well, I think they really do be cloning some of these stars, and I think a lot of these real stars are either gone or they held captive somewhere.
I mean, I believe that with Hollywood, I mean, they can make anybody look like anybody on TV. We don't see these people in real
They
life.
messed up because one time we was another conspiracy channel. They was doing kind of like a thing on Fetty Wap, saying that we all think that he's cloned. And he put two pictures to the side, and we seen that the eye, his messed up eye, is not in the same, and it's not in the same place.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, that mess is just
That when he showed us
crazy.
that, of course, that video got flagged. Actually, his channel got flagged for that one. But and then the one who
Oh yeah,
claims to be
that
Gucci
story.
Man.
The cloning cannot come out. You cannot have a successful story of someone being cloned coming out, because then it totally ruins the integrity of the whole organization.
I mean, I see somebody about the movie Us. Yeah, that John Peel movie. I watched that. But also back in the days, they used to have a movie called Invasion of the Body Snatchers, who showed you how they clone people.
Hey, Kels,
I
look, I
remember
would
that movie.
never think you weird, sis, because I could tell you some shit that I be thinking, and I hold back on a whole lot. That's why I stopped talking on my social media.
Yeah,
I
see, that's why I
think
don't talk
all
too
this shit is
much.
fake. I think all this shit is fake. All the shit they put on TV. I think some of these people have been dead for a long time. They didn't fix somebody up and dress them up and shit. Cause look, Nelson Mandela, didn't he die? Has he?
That's what I
They
thought.
told us, I swear to God, that they told us 20 some years ago that he died, but now he alive and he died again. Like then they came up with that movie. What was that moth shit? That shit that what's the dude that J Lo married? That young white dude. He played in that damn. Oh, what is the name of that fucking movie? Oh man, I can't even think. What is the name of that white boy? Damn.
She didn't marry. You talking about Ben Affleck when she dated him?
Not Ben Affleck. What's the other
I was
one?
just about to
I
say,
might got the wrong bitch. Not Ben Affleck. I can see his face, but I can't say his name. He came out with that moth movie, that some about the moths, and uh he could remember shit. He could remember shit that happened, but in
Oh,
real life,
trilogy
this
or
shit.
whatever. Are you talking about Richard
Yeah,
Gere?
what was that white boy that played in that shit?
Richard Gere. You talking about Richard
Not
Gere?
Richard Gere. No. Oh, hold on. I gotta Google. I'm gonna go on mute. I gotta Google this shit. Hold on. I think that they telling us shit, and then with all the confusion that's going on, they could tell us something different 20, 30 years from now, and we so confused we'll believe it because we don't fucking remember. Because there's so much shit that they feed us with. Now we got social media with news and all that shit. Like they feed us so much stuff, we forget what really happened, and they can tell us anything because we're overloaded with information. See, if you overload a person with information, it's hard for them to keep up with what's real. Like this is beyond the matrix of what they're doing to us. We
The
can't even
Mandela
remember what
effect.
the fuck happened last year. We forget. Look, can anybody remember what year Mike Brown died? I don't.
I can't.
It's a
I
whole
can't
lot of
remember.
shit. I don't remember it's a whole lot of black, when we talk about the black people that died by the police and shit, a lot of them I forget their names. I can't even remember how long ago it was. Can anybody remember what year Trayvon Martin was killed?
I don't remember that either.
Wow.
So they can easily switch the shit up. You know what I'm saying? Switch, unless you go do
Yeah,
your research. And what do we use to research? We go to Google. If Google
exactly.
changes what the fuck they say, okay, they can say, okay, if Trayvon Martin died in 2015, if we don't Google it for another 5 years, they can say, oh, well, Trayvon Martin died in 2017.
The Mandela effect.
Thank you.
That's what I was
There it
gonna
go.
say. The Mandela
There it
effect.
go.
Yep. Yep. The
That's
Mandela
it.
effect.
hmm And why do they call it the Mandela effect?
Yeah.
Why do they call it that? Is it because they lied about Mandela's death? Did they kill him from the beginning and then say he spent 20 years in prison and then died? Or when he got out, he died? Or did he get out alive
Yeah.
and then he died? We don't
Yeah.
fucking know. You know why? Because none of us Negroes been to South Africa. We damn sure we ain't going to no Africa. Africa, we ain't going to Africa to find out the damn truth. We're not even willing to go and find out the truth. The truth is not on the internet. Kels, I'm one of them types that I don't even want to Kindle, because how the fuck do I know they not changing up the book? Like when I close it out tonight and I open it tomorrow to read the next chapter, how I know they ain't rewrote the damn book?
And they
It's
would
Kindle.
they have rewritten some books and changed the names
Oh,
and had us
I
believe
believe
have
that.
us thinking like, oh, it was this name when actually it wasn't spelt like that. I said, okay, like Sex in the City. I use that one. I use that as a example of Mandela effect because they trying to change the name and said it was spelt some other kind of way when at first it wasn't spelt like that. Like, I'm sorry, it's just hard to explain. I
No,
had
I
to
know
look
what
at
you're
the
talking
Mandela
about.
effect.
I've heard of
Yeah,
that one. I've heard of that one. There are a couple of them that I've heard of, and and that was not that way when I saw that movie. I was, 8 years old, but I remember that movie. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's a James Bond movie, and there was a guy who would eat teeth. I mean, he had metal teeth. You know, uh, when I remember watching that movie, I remember him having metal teeth, and that's what he was called. I think he was called Metal Mouth, and he was like this, sinister character. And then
hmm
years later, he didn't have those metal teeth. He had nice white teeth, and I'm like, okay, am I crazy? And they talk about that, in
yeah,
the Mandela effect.
yeah. They said that too about I remember that old school show I Love Lucy. That there were certain things anybody who used to watch that knows. I used to watch that like crazy because my auntie used to love it.
Yep.
So now they're trying to switch certain things up, making it seem like he never used to say certain things to her. And it's like, wait a minute. But I'm the original watcher of this show. I know for sure this is how it went.
Yeah,
And then
Thank
you
you.
start
exactly.
thinking
Thank
like
you.
you
Somebody said
start
the butterfly effect. That's what
right.
I just Googled it. The
And you
butterfly
start
effect with
thinking your mind
Ashton
playing
Kutcher.
tricks on you. You start thinking that
Yeah,
like,
with
wait a minute, am
Ashton
I tripping?
Kutcher.
Oh
That was a
yeah.
good
I
movie.
seen
Yep,
that.
that's
That
what I
was
was
a good
trying to think of. Yep, the butterfly effect with Ashton Kutcher. Yep, where he
I
went
seen
back
that.
in time and seen that shit, how the shit really was, but when he was in real time, the shit was different. And he was like, wait a minute, I know shit went down like this, But this is what they saying now that happened. Like I'm telling you, Dick Gregory talk about that shit. He talked about that all the time, where we have to pay attention. We need to read the small articles in the newspaper rather than the main page, because they will get shit by on us. White supremacy's number one tool is confusion. If they constantly keep you in a state of confusion, you will never know what the fuck's going on. It's confusing. Binary, non-binary, male,
Yeah,
female, that doesn't exist.
or
Cisgender and all this.
gender
We so
gender
worried about
fluid.
this shit. Yeah, all this other shit. We're not even paying attention to who died for real, who's still alive, and with Hollywood and how they're able to, like, we don't know what the fuck we looking at through our screens, because they could do anything with a computer. With the facial recognition shit, you mean to tell me that they can't send a message to your mama and tell your mama some shit, or use your face to say some shit to the FBI and throw some shit on you? People are like, oh, they'll never do that. How you know? How you know? With facial recognition, they got your voice, they got your aliases, they got your name, they got everything through these damn devices. How many people use their thumbprint
Exactly.
and or their face to unlock their damn phone? Bitch, they got your shit. How many people have posted a picture that you took with your friend and you put it on Facebook, and Facebook automatically tags your friend page onto the picture, and you didn't even ask Facebook to fucking do that shit, because Facebook recognized the person in that picture and tagged their ass to the fucking post. So if a fucking app can do that shit, you mean to tell me they can't take your nigga face and put your ass on the screen and say, I'm a terrorist, I'm gonna do some shit to crackers, and then they can say, oh, we need to put all black people in concentration camps. You see all these black people doing all this crazy shit on social media, and what you gonna do, nigga? What you gonna do? Get on your social media and say it, won't you? Prove it. Prove it. They got your face, they got your voice. And if you did that DNA stupid ass shit trying to find out if you from Africa for real, when your
Got that
black
too.
face in the mirror should tell you that you from fucking Africa, they got your DNA, bitch. You done. But guess what, black man? We don't have no defenses. So while y'all sitting up here bitching about our bad attitudes and why we mad and why we complain and why we do the shit we do, on the other side, pale male doing a whole bunch of debauchery ass shit.
Seems like they doing more of the complaining than women.
We ain't the problem, nigga. We ain't the problem. Why does all this go back to the black man? They gonna complain about that too. Everything that we talk about goes back to the black man. I mean, doesn't it? We got somebody doing all this bullshit out here. We don't have no control over it. What are we supposed to do? They can take our voices, our faces, and do all kinds of shit. Now they creating these non-binary goddamn designer ass fucking babies. You don't even know what you fucking. You think this thing got a vagina, but it identifies as a man. So are you gay? Do you even know if you gay? It has a vagina, but it's saying that it identifies as a man, but it has a vagina. And this is the world that we coming into. So what are
Yeah.
you? Oh, now you're not gay anymore. It's no such thing as gay. That's a derogatory term now.
You're
You're
just the
not
letter
gay.
Q now.
You just
Yeah, you're the letter Q in
you're a
LGBT.
cute. Mm, mm. You whatever alphabet you want to identify as. I identify as X. Okay, I'm X for Malcolm X. What is X? I'm X. I don't have a vagina or a penis. I have whatever I decide what I want it to be. Today, my
I'm an
clitoris is a
experience.
penis.
I'm just, what does that
I'm
mean?
experienced. Yeah.
What?
Pansexual, non-sexual, asexual, it sexual, uh, strawberry sexual. Look, I have sex with fruit only.
And see, That right there is uncalled for.
I have sex with
People
Mary Jane.
people need to
I
keep
am
that
not
shit to
gay,
themselves.
but I have sex with Mary Jane
Who said Mary
and
Jane?
Corona and Corona.
Oh, I love Mary Jane.
Hmm. I love Paul Evans too. Evan Williams. I get his name mixed up. I'm sorry. Evan Williams. I get his name mixed up. I don't know. I sleep with a lot of men. I sleep with Captain Morgan and the
Girl,
Evan Williams
Missy Rum.
and yeah and Cap what's the other dude? I said Captain Morgan already. Yeah, I love Captain Morgan. So a whole bunch of them dudes. You know, some of them brown, some of them clear.
Well, I ain't mad at you.
It's confusion. So what are we to do about that, ladies? Like, what are we to do? Cause the truth.
Don't lose sight of the truth. We try
You
to
know,
tell you.
right. I mean, we could continue to bring awareness.
Yeah.
We need historians. Where are our black historians? Who's keeping tabs on what the hell's going on? People need to keep tabs on what's happening right now with our black men and our black women and what's going on in history, because these bitches is rewriting history. They throwing a whole bunch of shit in the mix. And we need to
That
keep
wasn't there
tabs
in
and
the
keep
first
track
place.
on this.
Right.
Yes, so we can know what to tell the children 50 years from now. Because the children 50 years from now, they fucked. I mean, let's think about it. They are fucked royally. And it is up to us right now that is listening, talking, that's alive right now to have the future straight. And if somebody ain't writing this shit down, it's gonna be a problem. Cause we gonna forget. And we can't rely on the Google bitch. What's the other bitches' names? We got Google, we got Siri,
Oh, I hate
and
that
we
bitch.
got Alexa. Them bitches lie. Niggas need to be
Yep.
mad at them hoes, not
I
us.
can't. I can't with Siri.
Them the electronic.
I deactivated Siri a long time ago.
Oh, maybe we need to do a topic on the electronic Becky and how she fucking
Oh,
lies.
oh, that'd be a good one.
And how
And
she
funny.
just picking up information. She talk when you ain't even talking to her, getting all in your business. She keeps track of you.
Mm-hmm.
She
She's pretty
Snitching on you.
intrusive.
she
Remembering your passwords.
yep. She
Letting
studies you
people break into your account.
for
Cause I got an email today, the bitch talking about your password reset code is, bitch, I didn't ask to reset my password on Walmart. So who is hacking my Walmart account right now?
I had got the same email twice. Somebody trying to log into my information,
Yeah.
that is
and then I got
creepy.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and I had to cut my card off because it'd be like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't know how they get my card information, but these so-called charities be trying to deduct money out of my account, and
Mm-hmm.
I'll get a decline notification saying that the transaction was declined because I got it turned off.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Somebody
That's
wants to
crazy.
hack my Walmart account right now.
Hmm.
Why? What is you trying to get from Walmart? All you gotta do is ask me, bitch. Do you need something, bitch? If you black, I'll give it to you, bitch. But if you white, you're going to jail, bitch. Don't hack my shit, bitch.
That's why
So
people
yeah, I
should.
think I am gonna have to call Wells Fargo when I
Yep.
get off this live with y'all and goddamn get me yet another goddamn debit card.
Yeah, I'm gonna need me one too because this particular so-called charity had tried to process whatever they're trying to process 4 times. And it's
Mm-hmm.
like, what don't you get? You're not going to be able to process the transaction. But how did they get my information? These are like United Kingdom charities out
Mm-hmm.
there. Then one in New York. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
People, keep your
Mm-hmm.
eyes on your account.
We got a lot to deal with. We got a lot to deal with, and these motherfuckers want us to walk around smiling and being friendly and doing all them bullet points of being a good wife and doing all this other shit, but they're not paying attention to or totally ignoring everything else that we have to deal with to survive in this society. Can we deal with society and what society is asking of us and what's required? How am I supposed to rest in my femininity as a black woman in America? How? They don't want to
Very
answer that question. That's
hard.
when they get to well.
Your
You bitches
attitude
need
is
to stop
bad.
doing this.
You got a bad attitude.
But see, the crazy thing about it is, those be the first ones that'll leave you high and dry. The same dudes that be talking, y'all bitches this, y'all bitch, are the same ones who will leave a woman high and dry.
First of all, stop calling us bitches. You know that's
Yeah.
give me a bitch. Well, where your bitch at? Where your bitch at? Show your bitch. Cam your bitch at. Show her bitch. Can you stop calling us bitches? Because when I don't hear the white man referring to his woman as a bitch, even though he hates her. We all know the pale male hates his woman. That's why she created the feminist movement. But have we heard, even in a movie, do we ever hear the white man referring to his woman the way the black man refers to us?
I do not.
No.
And he
I
hates her. The white man hates his woman. He hate that bitch.
but he will, that's for sure.
He subjugates that bitch all the time. She couldn't work. She couldn't vote. She couldn't do nothing. You heard the bullet points. Vonda so eloquently laid out the bullet points of the requirements of being a good wife. And a black man didn't write that, I'm sure, because the way that shit was laid out, no black man would even talk like that to his black woman. That just we're not even in the position to even accommodate those things that he's asking for. We're not in the position to accommodate. So that's a white man talking to his white woman, talking to his woman, and even still through the feminist movement, through the Me Too shit that he's going through right now. All Poe Brad Becky is putting him through the Me Too shit. Do you hear the pale male getting on social media, getting on mainstream media, calling her a bitch? Do you hear him out here saying, oh, fuck these bitches in their Me Too movement, fuck these hoes. These hoes need to get in line with they bitch ass. They bitches this, bitch, ho, bitch. Do you hear Brad talking like that? I don't hear Brad talking like that. Do y'all hear Brad talking like that?
No, I don't hear him. I don't hear him saying nothing like that. I just hear brothers talk like that.
And when Brad complained about Becky, he's still respectful. He's like, hey, hold on now. The Me Too shit. Oh, shit. Your bitches want to goddamn be in my position. He's still not calling them bitches. These chicks is out here trying to ruin Brad from what they say. They are changing. They, in my opinion, they're fucking themselves over because, I mean, shut up, Becky. Shut the fuck up, Becky. Brad has provided everything that every other woman wants her man to do. Bitch, shut the fuck up. See, the rest of the women in the world is telling Becky, shut the fuck up, bitch. Just shut the fuck up. It's other ways to do the shit. But no, Becky says, me too. Why does Becky get to say me too? Maybe because she's in a position of power and she feel like she can complain. Must be nice, huh? Must be nice. Must be nice to be in a position where you can complain about having everything and you're still not happy and you can still complain because you want to be equal to him. Look, the rest of the women in the world, the non-black women, ain't trying to be equal to the man. We just want to be able to talk. Hi, can I say something? Becky is the one that's goddamn, I want everything that he got too and more. That's his fucking problem. He still not calling Becky a bitch in public. He not calling her a hoe. Becky kissed dogs in the mouth and doing all the pornos. When porno first came out, was Keisha there? I don't think Keisha was there. I think it was Becky. I think all the original porno was Becky. Did Brad call Becky a hoe? I'm asking a real question. When porno came out, there were no non-black people, non-white people. Okay.
Yep. Becky was
Did
always allowed
Brad
to take a shower and clean up real nice.
did Brad call Becky a hoe? No. So why am I being called a bitch and a hoe and all these other derogatory names? Why? You're not going to get cooperation, black man, calling me outside my name regardless of how I act, because apparently Becky can do whatever the fuck she want to do, and her man don't call her a hoe. And then they say, oh, well, here you go, talking about them. We talking about us. Oh, so now we talking about us. But it suits them to compare us to Becky when they want to talk about her good behavior. But when we talk about the whole picture, oh, we can't use them as a reference. Now we're using it's an scapegoat. See, these dudes, man, fuck these dudes, man. Oh, I say, fuck these motherfuckers, man. Where the real black people at?
All right. All right. All right. Well, ladies, we made it through all 5 of our topics, and we are looking at 4 hours and 40. I think we really had a great time tonight. Great discussion, great topics, great ladies to discuss the topics with, and a very active chat that participated. So now what I want to do is I want to thank all the ladies for coming in and hanging out with us and doing this ladies night, because it can't happen without the ladies. So Dame Frankie, I am Lucy, Poetic Kale, Belle Mort, all the ladies that came up on the panel, Maximum Overdrive, the man with the plan. And shout out to our audience who stopped by to hang out with us. Magic Woman. We're going to have to get you on this panel, Magic Woman. True Reality. K Black Sea Dream Labs. BJ Shelby. Thanks, guys, for coming through to Ladies Night.
So like the name will be you can fulfill all your dreams. All is here, all is there, everywhere. This is good night, baby. You got to be there. Right. Everything's gonna be